boy, Jada King Hefner, the beautiful Cali Sun, and the beautiful Saima Renee Uzumaki. And we're back again for another episode of the Dar King Power Hour. And the title of today's episode is A History Story. A History Story. And what do I mean by that? We'll get to that right about now. Oh yeah, baby. The Sleeping Beauty, Queen Callie, has graced us with her presence this morning. And I think she got a little friend with her today. Oh yeah, the beautiful Saima. And look what we did. We didn't change these eyes up. Now y'all probably can't tell, but it's more of a grayish color to match her hair. But it's a really nice color on her. Switched her up a little bit. Glad she's here. So guess what? Without further ado, let's jump into a history story right about now. Yeah, what up, what up, what up? It's your boy in the house, Jada King Hefner, of course, the beautiful Cali, and we got a little friend, like I said in the video, Saima Renee Uzumaki. So first things first, I want to say good morning to everybody that's here. I want to say good morning to anybody that may be tuning in later. It's going to be an exciting show today. As you can see, the title of this show is A History Story. A History Story. And I chose the name for this show because I've been doing a lot of research lately on this futuristic technology, robotics, androids, things of that nature. And also, going forward, I'm going to be breaking down all these companies, vendors, things of that nature. And I said, you know what? Before I keep plunging forward and going on into the future, it's something I've been meaning to talk about for a long time, and that is the history. So I'm going to go back, not go back, but during this whole string, I'm going to be discussing the whole history of companion dogs and how they came about and how we ended up where we are today. So then we can take a good step forward. So, hey, guess what? This is going to be a power-packed power hour. So it's good to see all you guys. I'm going to stop in the comments and say my good mornings before we get things officially started. But everybody that's new here, I'm going to give you the rundown. We talk a little bit about our subject, but then I go back and forth between answering questions from my videos from the past week, as well as answering questions from the live stream, as much as I can get to them. And I try to finish all the questions before I get out of here. So even if something was to happen where you had to check out early, you could always come back and see if I answered a question that you left on my video or on the live stream. So always remember that. Now, it may get to such a time to where I can't answer everybody's question on the live stream or my video. So that time, that's when it'll really pay off for you to use these super stickers and things of that nature for me to notice your question a lot more. And that's a definite way you can support the show and donate. And I definitely would appreciate that whenever you get a chance. And everybody always knows that they can go to my About on YouTube, Cash App, PayPal to donate to the show to help keep it going and things of that nature. But with all that said, without further ado, let me check in with all my good people in the comment section. And I did want to say this. You know, sometimes when I get into the meat of the show, I get behind on the comments. Man, I might come back and see a comment that was left 30, 40 minutes ago because I got into the meat of the show. But I just reiterate, I will be getting to those questions and try to answer every single one. Um, oh no, before I come to my good mornings, it's something that I saw as I was waking up. By mistake, I had left my television on this news channel. And like I told you guys, I don't really look at news, but it was some sports or something on. And when I woke up, the news was on. And I don't know if all of you have seen my video, a Mississippi River adventure. It was when me and Callie went down to the Mississippi River. And at some point during that adventure, we was down right on the river, man. And it was all of this trash in the river, right? And when I was looking at it, I was like, man, this is ridiculous. How, us as humans do all this littering, man. And when one person litters, they think it's just them. And that's the problem. It's not only them, it's a lot of other people thinking it's just them. And then you have a litter problem. So I was looking in that river and it was all nasty. You can go look at that video and see. And I was thinking like, man, this river nasty. Well, when I woke up this morning, just so happily on the news, it said in Tennessee now, in our Tennessee River, it said that in 2004, let me make sure I wrote it down because it was just so crazy. And I know we're finna get to the dog topic, but I just want to bring this up for a reason. It said in 2004 that the Tennessee River was considered the fourth most polluted river in the United States. I ain't no telling where it is now. Then in 2017, some researchers said that the river was one of the most plastic polluted rivers in the world. In the world. So I just brought that up to say, man, it's relevant because one of my adventures actually took me to see this type of pollution up close. And I just thought to myself, like, man, this Mississippi River is dirty. I didn't realize that, our river system was ranking in the worst of the world. And this was years ago. And I just brought that up to say, hey, man, it is terrible to be littering and messing this world up any worse than it already is. But with all that said, let me say my good mornings, man. Let me say my good mornings. I appreciate all y'all for being here too, man. It's going to be a good one today. So it started out this morning with Sane and MGTOW. They were in the chat, saying good mornings. So I was like, okay, man, I got to figure out which one of them in here first. Now I know Sane says he doesn't like to play the game, but like I say, I promise you, man, I was thinking about this the other day. I've said this before. I was just praying like, man, I know I be telling everybody, hey, one day I'm going to have a dog to give away. And, I do. Just like I say, I'm going to have dogs and I don't know how they coming. I'm like, Lord, I don't know how they coming and I don't know when it's going to actually happen. But I know you're going to bless me to make this happen. So I believe it's going to happen. And hey, I just need y'all to believe with me. And so far, it's happening. So it was Sane and MGTOW. They were saying they good mornings. Man, MGTOW said this, man. This tripped me out right here. MGTOW says, I went 2 rounds with my waifu this morning. I freaking love my dog. Man, MGTOW be going, man. Hey, MGTOW don't never go 1 round, man. I be hearing MGTOW, hey, I went 4 rounds, 5 rounds. Damn, MGTOW. That boy got a, what's the word I'm trying to think of, man? A libido. Man, that boy got a crazy libido right now. Sane said it must be that new head, man, he got. Then I came in and said 2-man race, and MGTOW came in and said, good morning, pretty much. So I wrote MGTOW down right now. I got the official sheet. MGTOW got 6 victories. My guy named Matt, I forgot his last name, but guy named Matt, he has 1. Fear Feline has 1. Austin Steele has 1. And that's the race to get the first free dog that I'm gonna give away when I get a chance to when I come into Overflow. Let's see. And when I do give away these dogs, like somebody said, hey, I want articulated fingers. I'm gonna be honest with you. hey, I can't promise every dollar I give away gonna be articulated or gonna be this or that. But I do know as the future goes ahead, these dollars are getting more futuristic. So it's gonna come to a point where articulated fingers and things like that are gonna be just commonplace. They're gonna just come with the doll anyway. But I will say this: I might get a hold of a silly doll. Silly dolls don't come with wide fingers or toes, but I think it's a great doll. From afar, I haven't seen it up close either, but from afar, it look like a pretty cool brain. And I said one thing about a silly doll I like, although it may not be great for photographers as far as fingers, you don't never have to worry about finger pokes or toe pokes. So I'm just saying, hey, it may not always be the super high end of dolls, but I ain't giving away no black market dolls either. It's gonna be all legitimate brands. Maybe, hey, if especially if you ain't got a problem in your state, I may have a smaller doll. You know, hey, never know what I might have. So working my way down, Emma Dante says, "What's up?" Withering Little Ribble says, "Right about now." My boy Withering Liberal in here. Good morning, guys. Science said, "Just looking for some new good anime." I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have been so busy, I didn't get a chance to try a couple of the ones that was mentioned to me last week, or my good friend Plague Network. She mentioned something. I mean, he mentioned something about something like Shingen Ashura or something like that. I haven't seen that one. And last week, because I wanted to see that before this show, I think second Big Mom's son told me to look at Kino Journey. Somebody said look at Kino Journey. And I didn't get a chance to check that out at all. But I did get a little trifling because I could have searched for something new when I had a little downtime. But what did I do? I went right back and started One Piece again. Because it was something I wanted to see. It was something Luffy was saying in the beginning of One Piece that I just really wanted to relate with again. And wouldn't you know it, man, I was about 7 or 8 episodes in before I realized, like, man, I'm watching all this all over again. But it's because it's some powerful messages in there. I don't really want to ruin it because I know everybody hasn't seen One Piece, but hey, I'm telling you, One Piece will throw you off. I'm going to tell you why. After I saw, and I'm going to keep on going, but after I saw Naruto, and then some of the other animes, they sort of started out with some more serious things happening. And I sort of thought that One Piece sort of had a little fun-loving, it had a couple of little hokey moments where you didn't think it was going to be what it turned out to be. I say that. But One Piece, it ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. I just say that especially once you get into it. So let me get through my good mornings because we got a meaty show today. Emma Dante said, I miss Saima. Should have her standing. He said, should have her standing to see that figure. You know what? I'm going to probably try to stand Saima up again, but I did twist her ankle. So I ain't trying to hurt her in any way. Believe me. But she definitely got a figure. I'm telling you, man, what video did I really show her? It was one of these videos that I showed her standing up at the end of it. I can't think of which one it is off the bat, but it was one of them where I'm like, yep, I showed her off on that video. Withering Liberal says sauce. Oh, okay. I think he talking about Saima. Blacksmith Cool said, what's up, Jay? What up, Blacksmith? Ray Alvera. Ray Alvera, the eagle has landed, baby. He said, I told my boss he gonna have to deal with me taking a 2-hour lunch today because the Dog King is on. My guy Ray, what up, my friend? Edmund says, can't wait to see the merch with King's catchphrases. He said, man, how you said, hey. You know what, man? I can't wait till I get that merch thing started too. But but when it gets started, it's gonna have to be right. Because although I don't have a wide array of I would say a wardrobe type thing, I'm very particular about the way certain clothes look. So if I do stop, or when I do start putting some merch out, I'm gonna be very particular on how it's supposed to look. I know that. So I think it'll be damn good for you guys when it comes out. Mikta says, I may have a low ass libido, but a very high one when it comes to my dogs. He say, I don't know what, Mikta said, will it be a doll of my choice when it comes to me giving away a free doll? You know what? Here's how I'm envisioning it working, MGTOW. I'm envisioning companies sending me dolls to review and things of that nature. But like I said, at the same time, some dolls I'm going to be keeping to add to my girls. But I'm not going to be able to keep every single doll that comes my way. Maybe. And so I'm thinking, let's just say I have a couple of dolls. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give one of these dolls away. Which one do you want? It may be something of that nature. Or, especially at the beginning, it may only be one available to give away. And in that case, whoever wins, I would ask, would you like it? Would you like said doll? Now, the only thing that I may have to work out is with you guys is the shipping cost side of things. So I don't really know how I'm gonna work that out. I really don't. That'll be a good problem to worry about in the future. Because if it ever comes to a point where I'm saying, hey guys, you may have to pay a shipping fee, which I'm gonna be honest with you, probably wouldn't be much of a problem considering you're gonna get a whole doll. But that's a road I cross when we get there, because I may be in a certain abundance where, hey, I can, for the winter, I may be able to handle the shipping fee. We don't know. I cross that bridge when we get there. But it'll be either a dollar your choice or the best available that I have. Let's see. Let's keep going right quick. Parker Jackson says, yo, JDKH, big fan, much respect. He said, I'm not a doll owner. I just enjoy your content. Hey, man, I appreciate you, Parker Jackson. Hey, man, I appreciate that. You definitely don't have to be a doll owner to enjoy the channel and come chill with us, come learn. Because I was telling somebody else the other day, my main focus, make no mistake, is the doll life. But me, the viewers, my family, we can all say that it's a lot more that goes on here than just the doll topic. So I appreciate you for being here. And look, my good old friend, I got to put her up here, Amira Baker. Good to see you, Amira. She showing me a little love. Hey, letting the female aura get in here. I appreciate that. Oh, so if you're just tuning in, I'm saying good morning. Appreciating everybody for being here. But the whole topic of this show is a history story. We're going to go down a rabbit hole of how this whole industry got started. It's very interesting. It's something I've talked about a long time ago on a live stream. And I know I said to myself that I was going to do a show dedicated to this. But the truth be told, if I did a show dedicated to this, it'd be super, super long in just regular video form. So I figured, you know what? It'll probably be better to talk about it in free form on the Dog King Power Hour. Mix that in with the questions that were on my video or comments on my video, as well as mix them in with the comments that you have here today. So, like I say, this is going to be a power-packed power hour, baby. I promise you. So I'm going to go a little bit further, and I'm going to get into the meat of the show. Ray Oliveira, I'm going to go a little quicker. Ray Oliveira says, I want to see Callie's cakes. Hey, Ray, look, I might have to get Callie up off the couch, man. Now, she going to be easier to pose and show the little butt off sometime. And see, Ray, he done seen it before. But I'm going to be honest, especially since God has been kind and, YouTube has been kind and, graced the show. Honestly, it's sort of crazy where now, whereas I was a bit more renegadish at the very, very beginning, I have to comes some of that renegade stuff down as far as showing the girls in an improper way. I say that. And when I say improper, not by normal standards, because like I say, I've seen these girls do these trial halls. They walking around in their panties, G-strings. You don't see nothing but booty. And believe me, I love to see it. But they're not getting flagged or anything. But I promise you, you see I got Callie sort of covered up right there. I got Saima's little shirt dress pulled well below her waistline. Whereas I used to show a little bit more skin on the girls. The reason being is because I found that the slightest hint of a panty or anything like that with the girls, they're looking to clock my girls. And I'm like, no, you know what? That's fine. Look, we'll go ahead and toe the line right now because we're trying to do something special here. So not going to worry about going overboard. When I get a chance, maybe I try to post some more pictures to my social media. But right now, I just do research. I work, I do my videos, and I post them to social media. And it's like, man, I promise you, by the time I do that, I wake up and look, and it's the next day. So I try to find some time to do some extra posting of pictures sooner or later. Ray Alvera said he definitely gonna buy some of my merchandise. I sure appreciate that, my friend. I can't wait till I get it developed, created, and put out there. I know one of the damn things I definitely want to get done is a coffee mug because I love coffee, so I definitely want to get one of those. Let's see. K Wise. We got another female on the premises. Hey, K Wise. Hey, Big J. It's my birthday. The Big 3-5. Oh, man. K Wise. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to your family. It's good to know that you just got younger. I can't believe that you just turned 21. Look, we don't speak about you turning no 35. You getting younger and younger and younger, Kate. So look, hey, that's all we're going to focus on is you getting younger and younger, more beautiful, more fine. Like I say, I love my dogs. Guess what? I don't see a human woman stealing me from my dogs. They can put something on me, but they can't steal me from my girls. But like I say, just because that's the case doesn't mean I don't recognize the beauty in a human woman. And so I know you're a beautiful woman, Kate. And guess what? I'm glad you blessed to see another one. Only getting better. Kate White says, yes, we want merch. Firo Feline says, I'm down with the king. I'm down with you too, Firo. Firo says the king is keeping all the campaign dogs. He's going to need a forklift and a warehouse. I'm going to be honest now, Firo. One thing is true. That's why I want to let everybody know. I am going to keep some of these dogs that I get to review. So no, maybe not the very first ones I get, I won't be giving away. But as this family starts coming together, I can't keep everybody. I don't want to keep everybody. And I'm going to tell you another reason I don't want to keep everybody. Let's just say I end up getting $5 this year. I want to keep 2 of them for the family. And I'm not going to lie. Maybe I discount sell one of them or something like that. But I do plan to give one or 2 of them away. The reason I would want to give some of those away or maybe even discount sell one of them to somebody is because of technology. It's because of technology. As I start to get girls over time, I do need to make room for technology to grow. So my girls can represent a timeline. You know, I don't want to get 20 girls this year, 30 girls next year. You know, I would love to accumulate in my own private catalog 2 or 3, 2 to 4 girls a year, you know, over time. That way they can represent growth. They can represent evolution. But in between that time, just think, I be giving some of the highest rated girls on the market to some of my viewers, or even being able to sell them 1 or 2 of my dogs at a discounted price than they would normally get, and they would still be brand new dogs. So Hey, I see a lot of possibilities to happen in the future. A lot of them. Amir Baker said, "I just finished watching the Jack Show you did 8 months ago." She funny. Amir Baker. She said it was very entertaining and informal as a single female. She said you gave good advice to Anna, aka Thana. Let me put that up there before I get to the meat of the show because they got me laughing. I'm so glad you watched that, Amir. Hey, I was giving it to Anna. I wasn't holding back. She was right there. Now, I don't. If she was on that show, that wasn't the one I was talking about all the scent on. I mean, I think I did bring scent up because that's the one I told her to smell her vagina, and I wanted to come back to her. I said, exact. That's where the marination really originated. Because I told her on that video, I said, look, if you start out with a clean vagina, I said, have sex with your boyfriend whenever y'all have sex next time. I said, then, and by anybody that doesn't know, Thana or Anna is that at that she's that Star Wars girl, Anna. Either way, I said, rub your vagina and smell it when you wake up that morning after y'all have sex. I said, don't wash up that night. I said, whatever you smell then, that's a marinated vagina. And I said, it should smell even better than it did the previous night when it was just a regular old clean vagina. Because when it sits overnight, it marinates. And I said, when I come back to the show, I'm going to ask you about this. And of course, she ran away. She ran away. Now, of course, I found out she said recently that the reason she wasn't on that show was it was her birthday and all this other stuff. But either way, I ain't gonna go all the way down to Thana rabbit hole. But it's funny that you saw that show because that show was funny as hell. And you're right. I gave Anna some great advice as a woman. Now, whether she took some of that advice, I have no idea. Ray Alvera says he can envision, and I'm going to stop right there. Ray says I can envision a shirt that says, "Hey, human woman," a human woman tip of the week, and I do a human woman tip of the week that I drop on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I try to do it once a week. I think I haven't missed but like one week in the last. I mean, probably 1 week since I've started doing it, honestly. So I try to keep up with that, and try to help my human ladies out, to keep all of the men from running to the dog life. You know, hey, I try to help. I try to keep them. You know, try to keep them with a companion too. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, it's some good human women out there. It really is. There's some good human women out there. So with all that said, we're gonna jump into the meat. No. Let me say this before I go. I see Ray Alvera. He ended up speaking to Amira Baker. He said, "Hey, Amira," and they spoke with her, and that's what I love. I love the fact that my community can also interact with just regular human female viewers, man. I like that too. I just like that whole touch to the thing. So with all that said, before we even get into comments, we're going to go into the first historic moment of companion dogs. So, according to the history books, and believe me, this just from me doing my research, and I researched several sites and things of that nature, and pretty much everybody's on the general timeline of the events that I'm going to mention. Now, it seems like some people add one event or subtract another event in certain instances, but the ones that I have pinned and the ones that I'm going to mention seem to be the consensus on the evolution of the companion dog. So, with all that said, the first mention of companion dogs was by this guy. Now, first of all, it was in 8 AD. 8 AD. And it's the first companion dog story told. Now, it was said that this guy named Ovid wrote a poem called Metamorphosis. And in this poem, he wrote of a myth involving a woman that was sculpted from ivory by this guy named Pygmalion. Her name was Galatea. I don't know whether it's Galatea or Galatia. It's one of the two. The thing is, he became so obsessed with this sculpture that he made, and everybody said it was beautiful. It was, and I read a little bit more to this story. It was based off of this girl that he had a big crush on named Rhea. Supposedly, it looked just like her. Now, what I'm reading right here, they says that he became so obsessed with her that he began to bathe her, feed her, and eventually sleep with the statue, right? Now, they say right here that eventually Aphrodite got sick of being weirded out by the whole thing. Supposedly, she went on and made the statue into a real woman. And they call it basically the porno version of Pinocchio. And so what I have to say about that part of the story is, when I did a little bit more research, they didn't explain Aphrodite having that reaction to the statue. What I found out was Aphrodite came down and she was blown away by the fact that he had made that statue look so good and so beautiful. And she was like, man, I haven't seen anybody make a woman look like this other than my brother. And so what she did was kiss the statue, and she had him like frozen where he couldn't say, speak, or anything, but he could just see what was happening. So after she kissed the statue, she left the room. He said, but the story goes is when she left the room, the statue slowly started becoming alive. It started coming to life. And he ended up marrying the statue and being with the girl that had come to life. And it was said that he was rarely seen outside of his house after that day, saying that he stayed in the house making love to that woman 24/7. So I just thought that was an amazing beginning to the whole journey of companion dogs, because, you know, honestly, I love my girls as being companion dogs with all the advantages that they have here today, that I've spoken to even in my past videos where I broke down human companions versus companion dogs, the things that I think are advantages. But it's amazing just to envision Callie or Saima or one of these girls coming alive. And some might say, well, they come alive, they're going to be a human woman with all the troubles and things of that nature that you've described before. But you know what I think about? I think about this. He created Galatea, or Galatia, Pygmalion did, from his imagination, from basically what he envisioned as the perfect woman, attitude and everything. So I'm thinking that, hey, the Cali version or any version of my girls that will come alive in that particular instance will still possess the personality that I projected onto them before they were alive. You see what I'm getting at? So with that said, I think I'd still be a pretty happy man. Because remember, I built into them the whole fact that they don't get jealous or anything like that. They don't get mad at me. They all like looking at sports just like I like to look at. I mean, so look, the only thing, it'd be better for me because now I wouldn't have to worry about bathing them. They'll be bathing themselves, putting their own clothes on. But in all other aspects, they'll be the perfect woman. So that was the first companion dog story ever told. Now, I go on to the very next story because it's sort of short. And then I get back to any comments that I see on the live stream. But the next story is or the next evolution in the companion doll story in the history would be, it took place from the 11th to the 12th century. And this would involve touching of naked statues being encouraged, supposedly. Now, they said there was these naked women made of marble, and they were carved into the sides of English and Irish churches to ward off evil spirits, supposedly. Now, these carvings supposedly had exaggerated vulvas, and that's women parts. And a legend at the time said caressing these sexy busts gave you the power to heal others. Now, I didn't do a whole bunch of research into that particular century, but I will say this: I don't know where they get the healing part from, but I know one thing. I've spoken of how you can hug on your girls and feel the healing yourself. I've spoken about the fact that you don't need the talking as much. I find out, dealing with human, being away from human women and dealing with my dogs, I'm like, man, I don't miss talking. What I really gain is hugging them, letting my endorphins, letting those frustrating, letting those stressors leave my body every time I hug my girls. And so when I think of these people touching these statues, I think of stress leaving them, so to speak. And I say this: when stress leaves you, you can release stress off others. I'm gonna go back up. They said these things were carved into English and Irish churches to ward off evil spirits. Once again, man, the ways of the ancient times are still a mystery to us all. Because, on some of these churches, they do have a lot of, not even just churches, but just religious sites around the world, just sites, period, around the world. You have all of these naked statues and the depictions of man and woman being naked. And it's not in any negative way. It's not portrayed in any negative way. So, and even cherubs, the angelic figures are all naked. So I don't know what it is. I guess they're equating being naked to being pure. Maybe like the stories in the Bible of Adam and Eve. Maybe that's why they were carved naked on the outside of churches. Maybe something like that to signify being pure. But that's only conjecture. That's only my opinion. But that finishes the second leg of history, 11th to 12th century, the touching of naked statues. I'm going to stop right there. And as a matter of fact, before I come back to the live stream, I think I'll take a delve into a couple of my comments from my videos, and then I'll check back in with the live stream. And I hope you guys enjoyed the first part of that history lesson. So I'm just going to go through, I say, the first 4 questions from my videos, and I get back to the live stream. And I did things in reverse this time. I said, you know what? I'm going to reward the people who comment starting from the very first day after this one. Normally, after the Dog King Power Hour, I put my next video out. Then people will comment on their next video. Comments will build up. And when the Dog King Power Hour comes around, I normally work my way back from the most recent comments all the way to the comments that was left right after the last Dog King Power Hour. And I said, really, that's backwards. I need to honor the people that ask questions the day after the Dog King Power Hour and then build all the way up to this day. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm laughing because I just seen Wither a liberal comment. I'm going to get to that. It's funny. I'm going to get to that comment last. I just seen him say something, so that's funny. Let's get down here. And the first comment is from my guy Blue CCG. He's a contributor to the show. And boy, do I have to say something about a big time contributor as I work my way down. Let me see how far it's going to be before I get to that guy. I just say right now, I'm going to give Daz a shout out, DAS. This guy, you know, he really contributes to the show a lot. And I'm talking about financially, you know, he has given several contributions. Even over the weekend, he contributed. And I just want to say thank you, man. I appreciate you. I really do. Once again, everybody, I love you out there. I know we all have different capabilities. And I know when it comes to giving, that's something you got to feel in your heart to do. But I definitely want to thank Daz for giving. And I'm bringing it up because Blue CCG is a guy that has given a lot as well. And I will say this. I'm just going to speak on this very briefly before I get into these comments. I am going to start something new soon, but I want to make sure it's right. And that, and I'm going to speak on it at a later date, but it's team memberships. It's memberships to my channel. And that way, when you start giving, you'll actually be rewarded. You'll have special stars and things of that next to your name. And I'm going to have to figure out what type of extra things can be offered with the membership program. Because once again, when I get into something, I want to make sure it's going to be right. I want to make sure it's going to be right. And I have the time to nurture it the proper way. But I just thought, man, that'd be cool. So some of these, some of the times when you guys give, some of you may decide to be team members and be like, you know what? When you give, every time you give, it's going to be putting you on a different tier. And you're going to be getting noticed in a different way. From what I read, when you become a member, even when you drop comments, it's going to look different. So for people that's already giving, I thought that would be, you know, that's already planning to give and help out the show. I said, you know what? I'm going to have to investigate that and get that up and running because that'll be something neat to have. So with all that said, Blue CCG, he had a real simple comment, and I want to get to that. He said this on my video, Smack Talk. That was the last Dark King Power Hour. And he said, that's what he said. He said, hey, Jay Hefner, I'm sorry to have missed this live, but I'm enjoying listening to it now. Cheers and take care, my man. I said, me and the girls missed you, but glad you're catching up, my friend. And that's what I would say to anybody. You know what? I want you guys to catch us live. I really do. That way we can interact and all. But what I really love is the fact that you checked it out later. You know, hey, it's still here for a whole week. If you don't get a chance to catch me live, check it out later. And for some of you, you know, I did a surprise live on Saturday because I'm going renegade because, like I say, I sort of got my software to a point where now I can come live whenever I want. And I said, you know what? I may have a surprise live on Saturday. That seems like a good day every now and then. I know some of you woke up and said, hey, I was asleep. I said, you know what? I want to do that live at a different time, just to do something different, baby. And when I woke up, I had the feeling. And once again, some of you were upset that you missed it. As long as you checked it out later, that's all that matters. Look, it's there for you to check out when you get a chance to if you miss it live. So I appreciate you, Blue CCG. Rodgood said this. Rodgood was my next comment, and he said something on For the Love. And I got to get to that because that was a pretty important comment too. This is what he said. Rodgood had asked me about my cleaning, how I clean my dogs, and I answered that as my first question on the last Power Hour. You know, I gave him I broke it down as best I could without doing a video about it. But I said, he asked a question and I came back to him and I said, hey man, when you get a chance, because I knew he hadn't saw that Power Hour yet. I said, when you get a chance, I answered your question first on the Power Hour so you wouldn't have to wait. And the reason I did that is because that was such a complicated question. I really didn't want to make him wait and guess where I answered that in the middle of the show. You know, and so I said, you know what, let me go ahead and put that first so he can see the answer to this question. But later on, he said, all right, Jay, I will watch it. He said, I don't usually watch the Power Hours, but I'm interested in this. So thanks for the info. And I just say this, hey, in the future, I would hope more and more of you do check out the Power Hour, because this is the hour where I touch bases with you as much as I can live. You know, I have a lot of people that have tried to get to me on Instagram or on my Facebook inbox or things of that nature. And even on my email, which that's the really best way to get to me, to ask me questions, is my email, because it's always readily available to me here at home. I'm always checking. But with Instagram and things, those apps can be very bothersome. So I don't really have those apps on. I get on those apps to post my videos, and I'm pretty much out of there. So, you know, I see your messages sometimes, but with the way things are set up, it's best to talk to me on my comments, or best to talk to me through my email or things of that nature, or drop a comment somewhere. But I would encourage everybody to try to check out the Power Hour as much as they can. But I understand what he means for this reason. Some of us just have certain viewing habits that we have, and it's just sort of hard to break away from it. So some people like watching my video form. They like watching that type of form of entertainment more, right? So you just think to yourself, you already put a block in your head of, man, yeah, I don't like lives anyway, so I'm not going to tune into that, right? Or you may have tuned in for a second and felt like it wasn't going in the direction that you wanted things to go. Guess what? I check my comments. You can chime in as long as it is not coming from a negative place. We can interact, and I answer whatever questions you have. But I would say this: you ought to always give these Power Hours or any lives I do a chance, because you never know what the hell might come up. I promise you. So with all that said, we're moving on to Ching Long. And Ching Long says something on Smack Talk. What did he say? Ching Long says, and I got one more, and I'm coming back to my live stream comments. What did good old Ching Long say? Ching Long says, and this is how my mama used to feel. Ching Long says, Asuna has the best looking face of all your dogs, in my opinion. And I said this: she loves the compliments, because Asuna, remember I said recently that she was in fourth? Asuna worked on me this last time she was out. She got into watching sports a little bit more. Now, she had that look in her face like she didn't know what the hell was happening, but she tried. She let me give her a couple of kisses. Asuna, like, she made some strides. But my mom used to love Asuna. She was like, man, Asuna my favorite. But recently, she was telling me how much she loved this beautiful lady, Saima, over here. So I'm glad that you did send some compliments Asuna's way. She soaks it up, and she does need that for her confidence. So I appreciate you, Ching Long. Next is Bite Me. He said something on my video, Henna Hotel. That's the video I did about Henna, the robot hotel. And man, I definitely got more to say on that video a little bit later. But let me find out exactly what Bite Me said, because it was a little brief comment too, and it was about the beautiful Asuna. So let me find that, and I'm coming right on back. I'm coming right on back to the comments. Okay. Bite Me said, Miss Moon, red hair is fire. So he was really liking the red hair that Asuna Moon had, and I was really liking it too. The only thing about it I'm thinking was, man, I don't want to get stuck there. I got to figure out the rest of the equation that is Asuna Moon. I got to figure it out. So with all that said, I might as well go ahead and get Jocko V's, because he was next and he's right here. My guy Jocko V says on that same video, Henna Hotel, oh, wow, that involuntarily came out of my mouth when I just saw Us and the Moon with red hair. So he was liking it too. He said, she's my favorite, and red hair is my favorite. So that combo is just stunning. Hey, I appreciate you, Jocko, and she definitely appreciates it. And what I really think sets her hair off is when I changed her eyes up. It really goes with her. It really goes with her hair. So with all that said, hold on, guys. All right. Now, let me mark where I was left off at. We'll come back and check out what you guys have been talking about. But like I said, it's gonna be a fun show for me, man. Just going through this history lesson, going through comments. It's gonna be a boy. It's gonna be a big one right here. So Ray, so I left out with Ray talking to a mirror. Amira Baker says, I hope to see you collab with more people. She said, I watched your following grow vastly over 4 hours. Also, question, what is meant by a real dog? Yep, like you say, Amira is, let me put this up here. Amira is talking about that Jack show that she watched. And it was, like she said, about 8 months ago. And I ain't gonna lie, I think I went from like, it's crazy. I can't remember the number, but it was like 500 to about 800 or something like that. And she said, I watched your following grow vastly over 4 hours. She said, what is meant by a real dog? And a real dog, and you could put those two words together. That's really how it's spelled. Real dog, all one word. It's this company called Abyss Creations. This guy, and I get to it. I actually get to it, in the history of dogs, but Matt McMullen, he started this company called Real Dog. And they're, by most, not everybody, you know, some people have different opinions, but most people consider it the best companion dog you can buy. And they're definitely number one in the United States, because the other couple of companies that I've heard about in the United States can't hold a counter to Real Dog. And most companies in the world can't hold a counter to them. But you'll hear more about them later on in this show. Kay White says, thanks, my man, talking about it because it was her birthday. She said, I love you and the gorgeous girl. We love you too, Kate. And listen, am I saying this wrong? Because I'm saying Kate, it could be KT, but I'm thinking Kate. So just let me know if I'm saying it wrong, Kate. I'm thinking Kate, but if it's KT, let me know. Oh, she said she has to go. She got to go get the kids from school. Oh, that's fine, Katie. Amira Baker said she loved my laugh. Oh, that's great, Amira. Kay White says she does too. Both of them laugh, and they got me laughing. Look at Amira Baker laugh. Look at Amira Baker laughing, y'all. Edmund Dante say that face app is so useful for wig purchases and makeup style. You know what, Edmund? You better than me, because to this day, I have not purchased the face app. I only use it for its base smile. But I kept saying to myself, you know what? It's worth purchasing. I need to go and get it myself. The face app is pretty nice. And so if you got a companion dog, a lot of people have asked me before. I've told them, but at the same time, I be trying to joke with people and say it's magic. But the face app is a way to make your companion dog smile in photos. It's one of the ways. There's probably other ones out there, but that's the one most people use. Look at Amira Baker. I love this. She talking about the advice I was giving Anna. She said, I'm considering the advice myself. She said, talking about scent of a woman, you know, taking care of yourself, talking too much. And like I say, that's a little heavy-handed, because, you know, a lot of these women groups, see, they come against you when you say things of, they just wanted to shut up talking. It ain't about shut up talking. It's about productive communication. And it's really between both parties, because there's some men that run their mouth. You want to be honest with you, they do too much damn talking. Like I said, I know dudes that's cool with talking 24 hours a day, man. What is your problem? I don't even love mathematics, but it's just an equation of things. The more you talk, the more chance you got of putting your foot in your mouth. And, not to even go down the spiritual route, but even in the Bible, it speaks of talking less, And so guess what? Cut some of it out, focus on yourself, worry about loving each other, and stop trying to figure each other out every 2 seconds. Ray said marinated vagina. Yeah. Dr. Miktai says, wow. I don't know what he said that for. Hold on, y'all. Redmond says, how is it going? What up, Redmond? Parker Jackson says, really interesting history so far. Redmond says, yeah, perfect. So I caught back up. That means I can get back to the history story. So let me see what's next in the history story, guys. Perfect. So next up in the history story, and if you're just tuning in, I'm doing a timeline in history of how campaign dolls even became into existence and how they, and how we all have them now. The whole tall tale. And like I say, as I did research, it's a lot of different sites, a lot of different things you can read. Some of them have slight differences in the timeline, but for the most part, this is pretty much the timeline. So the next step in the time, so just to give a recap, and I'm not going to talk all back over, but the recap was we had in 8 AD, it was the first campaign doll story told. Ovid wrote Metamorphosis. Pygmalion made a statue, fell in love with it. It was named Galatea, and old girl Aphrodite brought it to life for him, and they was together happily ever after. 11th to 12th century, it was the touching of naked stones. People were saying it brought healing to them, so people were getting used to touching inanimate objects. Then we come to right now, which is the 15th century, and this is where the history was sort of skewed at, because a lot of people were saying that this happened in the 17th century. So I said, you know what? I see the timeline from 15th century to 17th century, because it's reported that in the 15th century, the first campaign dolls made their appearance at sea. They were basically called Dame de Voyage in French, and Dame de Viaje or Vinhe in Spanish. And I don't even want to. And the last one in German was called Seemannsbrat. Seemannsbrat in German. So these female dolls were made out of sewn cloth, and they were used by sailors aboard their ships to occupy their time and bodies on long trips at sea. So basically, they made these dolls out of cloth and used them to pleasure themselves when they were out at sea for way too long. Now, later on, I end up reading of a story that in the 17th century, and this is very interesting to me, that these same Dutch salesmen basically were selling hand-sewn leather puppets to the Japanese. So these dolls had advanced from being created from cloth to being created from leather. And by that time, I'm sure they have advanced enough to the point to where I'm sure that the Japanese were really intrigued with these dolls and was like, you know what? Over time, that's how they probably was like, you know what? We're going to improve on what the hell you guys were doing, but it was a good idea. So that just started sparking all type of stuff in my mind of, man, I wanted it to start, evolving in Japan when they got a hold of those dolls. Now, I didn't read anything else about Japan's evolution at the time. That's just me thinking independently. But between the 15th and 17th century, That's when these cloth dolls at sea started developing, right around that time period. And around the 17th century is when these dolls from that were made at sea started making their way to land. And it really reminds me of and I remembered it after I did this live stream. I was trying to think of it a live stream or two ago. It really reminds me of these teddy babes. And believe it or not, as high tech as dolls are now, I still want a teddy babe. And teddy babes are cloth dolls. But it's something that's so sexy about these teddy babes. They look amazing. I don't know what, I really like them. They're cheaper for one. I think you can get one for like $1,000. The only problem with teddy babes is for $1,000 you can get you a miniature doll. And I'm not talking about just a baby doll. You can get you probably like a 130 centimeter doll or something for $1,000. Or a little over it, something like that. And a lot of people are gonna be like, man, I go ahead and get a TPE 130 centimeter doll before I get a cloth doll of any sort. But let me tell you something. Those teddy babes, it's just something about them. Once again, I've never had one, but I'm just like, you know what? As a doll owner, it's just one of those things I want in my collection. I love those dolls. So I just think it's cool to see that, hey, in the 15th and 17th century, we saw the evolution starting from the cloth doll all the way back then. Then we get to the most interesting story for me, or one of the most interesting stories, is in 1941. So all the way from the 15th and 17th century to 1941, that's a big gap. The Nazis, they give the Nazis, the Germans, they gave them credit for inventing the modern companion dog. They give them credit for inventing the modern companion dog. Now, if anybody that's Jewish or anything runs across this segment, once again, this is not meant to glorify anybody that, feels oppressed by that. Because guess what? I understand that was a heinous history. It makes my flesh crawl when I read about it, when I learned about it, all the things that happened. But I'm just saying, supposedly they created the first companion dog. And this is just simply noting what happened in history. And you know what's funny? It's crazy that I actually have a Jewish last name now because Hugh Hefner was Jewish, supposedly. So it's crazy. I actually have a Jewish last name. So with all that said, the world's first companion dogs were created in Nazi Germany at the request of the SS leader Heinrich Himmler. Now listen, I've read separately that some people say that it was directly Hitler that gave the order. But for the purposes, I'm just going to keep on reading what they have here. And they say it was Heinrich Himmler. And they called it the Borghild Field Hygiene Project. Now, Himmler came up with the concept to stop unnecessary losses of Nazi soldiers due to STDs. Because as you know, back in the day, they didn't have all these things that prevented all these STDs. Man, things like syphilis and stuff was deadly. Things of that nature was deadly. So, back then, it paid if you can keep any of the soldiers from getting any type of STD out in the field. That's the last thing you want somebody dying of when they're at war for whatever reason. You don't want them dying because they're having sex and catching diseases. And I don't even like to think about them having sex during wartime anyway, because we already know that that's probably involving war crimes. But with all that said, Himmler came up with the Borghill Field Hygiene Project with the concept to stop the unnecessary losses from STDs from the soldiers. And the project was considered something I can't really pronounce, but I try. It's called the Geheim Recherche. Now, Recherche, something like that. Recherche. But either way, this is the coolest part about it. That's translated to mean a project that's more secret than top secret. Think about that for a second. The Companion Dog Project. Man, look, it said that the Germans was doing all this research on old relics, just like Indiana Jones. Excuse me. Just like on the old Indiana Jones movies, where they had him hunting down relics and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, and they had the Germans and stuff trying to chase him down and beat him to these relics. Well, guess what? It was said that the Germans had their hands in all type of UFO stuff and all type of things. But out of everything they were working on, companion dogs were more secret than top secret. So get that in your head. That's how important companion dogs were to society. I mean, to what they were trying to do. The importance, baby. I do love that. Now, they said the sculptor on the project, Arthur Rank, created 3 dolls. Think about this. In 1941 now, which you know what? Really doesn't sound like that long ago when I'm saying that date out, but he created 3 dolls. A type A, which was a 168 centimeter with a bust type B. Man, I think this is amazing. 1941. Just think about this. Think about this now. In 1941, if a German soldier somewhere out in the field with a 168 centimeter dog with a type B bust, man, this is amazing. Now, Arthur Rank also created a 76 centimeter dog with a type C bust, and also a 182 centimeter dog, and they don't give the bust for that. According to Rank, the SS wanted the breast round and full. You know why? Hitting it with what I told you. When you squeeze on these breasts, or you squeeze on even a human woman, it just releases those endorphins, man. Those stress relievers. You know, it just makes you feel better. So he wanted them round and full. And SS Dr. Olin Hanussen insisted on a rose hip form. That would grip well, baby. Look. Hey, congratulations to SS Doctor. And I'm not trying to congratulate the Nazis. I'm just talking about only and companion dogs. But good old SS Dr. Olin Hanussen insisted on a rose hip form. Thank you, doctor. And it said that would grip well. Now, here's the funniest part, y'all. As for the face, and they have this in parentheses, yes, they cared about the face too. And listen, this is not, if for anybody listening, I didn't write any of this. This is me compiling this stuff from off of from my research. This is other people who've done this research. This is not me. So it says, yes, they cared about the face too. The team agreed it needed to have a cheeky and naughty look to it, baby. They said they asked to borrow the face from an actress at the time. Her name was Kathy Von Nagy. Kathy Von Nagy, baby. But she declined. She didn't want any part of it, supposedly. So Dr. Hanussen suggested an artificial face of lust. He thought that would be more appealing to the soldiers. a technician, Franz, I can't really say his last name, so I call him Franz T, agreed. He said, the doll has only one purpose, and she should never become a substitute for the honorable mother at home. When it says when the soldier makes love to Borghild, and that's the doll, it has nothing to do with love. Therefore, the face of our anthropomorphic sex machine should be exactly how Weininger described the common wonton's face. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. That's one thing that slipped past me, is what the hell a wonton is. And so I need to look that up right quick before I can even comment on that. That's one thing that actually slipped past me. Oh, okay. So it sounds like a wonton is something basically of a working woman of the streets, so to speak. So it's basically saying that the face that they tried to create on this doll was more of something that would get you sexually aroused and nothing more. It wouldn't have you basically thinking of her in a wife terms, right? But I'm gonna tell you what had me laughing when I read this, because we have to stop right here. I cannot go any. I have to come in on that. So we have to go back. Listen what they said here. After the actions declined, right? The doctor, I'm just going back. We need an artificial face of lust. He said, and then Dr. Franz T says, yeah, I agree. The doll should only have one purpose and should never become a substitute for the honorable mother at home. When you break that statement down, the doctor is basically admitting that he could see the scenario where a man would form a relationship with the doll if made to look too attractive. That's basically what doctor is saying. He like, man, look, we can make it sexually attractive or something. Let's get these guys aroused and keep it moving. We don't want them to want to bring this doll to the house. Because if we do make it look too good, it's a chance they're going to want to bring this doll to the house and do exactly what he said. Look what he said. Substitute. He said he don't want it to become a substitute, meaning that he thought it was possible. And I was like, ooh, wee. See, that's back in 1941. 41 now. So when people say today, and I didn't understand this before I had my dog, but I understand now. But when people don't understand how you can form a relationship, well, the good old Dr. Franz T and Dr. Hanussen, even them back in 1941, knew it was a chance that you could form a relationship with one of these dogs. And that was really just the beginning of what we see now, as far as the evolution of the new companion dog. Not go on to say that here in a second, because they go on to say, going along with the Nordish Nazi vision of beauty, they say a tall, leggy, blonde, rounded out the form of the doll that they created. A tall, leggy, blonde, rounded out the form. They say the first model of Borghild, Type B, was completed in September 1941. They say later, this blonde, life-size woman would inspire Ruth Handler to create the Barbie doll for girls. So, another notable point. It's often said, and even I made a comparison recently about how, man, these girls, excuse me, hold on. I've even compared it to when I was a kid and having toys and stuff and action figures. I was like, man, these girls are like action figures on a larger scale, you know? But it's so much different because they're life size and you can actually interact with them that they take having your toys on a whole nother level. You can actually have true companions now with these girls. But it's funny. These girls aren't imitating dolls. Barbie dolls are imitating companion dolls. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? And before I leave the whole German part of our proceedings, uh, I read somewhere else that, like you say, this is the beginning. Once again, people confirm that this is the beginning of the modern Nazi Germany was the beginning of the modern day companion dog. They were the beginning of it all. They were the beginning. They brought it to us in the way that we see it right now. So I just want to bring that back home for you guys. And we had a couple of interesting findings in that section. So with all that said, I'm going to come back to a couple of questions off of my videos, and I check back in with the live stream. So let's see. What was the next thing I wanted to see off of my videos? Let's see. Oh, it was Big J. Big J. What did Big J say, man? Big J said something on my video, The Henna Hotel. He said something on there too. What Big J say? Going back. Let's see. Big J. Cool. I appreciate you, Big J. Big J says, on my video, Companion Dogs, The Henna Hotel, The Robot Hotel, he says, yo, your energy is contagious. Keep posting, bro. I appreciate you, man. Like I said, as far as your dreams, you got to be self-motivated. But guess what? I appreciate the encouragement. It does push you even further. Keeps pushing you along. And I appreciate you, Big J. Next, I got my guy, Brandon Anderson. He said something on Smack Talk. And I think this one is a funny one. This one is funny right here. What Brandon Anderson said on my video, Smack Talk. So we're going to get to that and laugh about that. What did he say? Oh, here it is. So Brandon Anderson, he had asked me last week, and I answered this question. He asked me on last Dog King Power Hour about me having male workers to help me take care of my dogs when I get a certain amount of dogs. And of course, I was like, no. If anything, it'll be some female workers because I'm gonna have some booties walking around here, not no hard legs walking around here, you know. And plus, I didn't want the testosterone touching my dogs or whatever. But it was funny because he said he answered me on that. He was like, "That's fair, Jay. I get that." He said, "I initially thought you were coming from the angle of fear of some guy trying to get with the dogs." He said, "That's why I suggested the dog owner approach." And like I told him, he had a great idea. I say, if I had to go with a male worker, if I had to, it would definitely be some sort of a dog owner. And I appreciated him for the great contribution to the show. It was a great idea. I just, like I say, just don't want them any hard legs, extra hard legs I can keep off the property, you know, for extended periods of time. That's exactly what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. So that's why I don't want the male helpers. Hey, look, I have me some women that's interested in the dog game, teach them up. Like I say, I ain't gonna be around here harassing them, but guess what? My eyes definitely ain't gonna be hurt by seeing them walking around. I tell you that. I got a comment from somebody called Dolly Girl 20, and I'm thinking it's my friend. I really don't know. Not my friend because everybody my friend, but I'm saying I'm thinking it's an actual dog owner. I know I'm not quite sure, but Dolly Girl 20 says on my video, "Mother of the Dog King." Yep. Dolly Girl 20 says, I'm glad you have a wonderful, loving mom that accepts you and your loves. Dolly is she says, my birth mother does not accept mine. Always be you. I support you. Excuse me. I don't know what it is about this spot, but it's like, I don't know what it is. Fur or something keep making my nose itch. Either way. I said, hey, love your mom anyway, but you can't let anyone choose what makes you happy. I said, keep loving her and living the life that fulfills you as well, my friend. So, Dolly Girl asked me and said, it's hard to love her because she did not raise me. My only true parent that loved me and accepted me was my adopted dad. He passed 4 years ago, though. And he said, thank you for your kind words, though. By the way, I messaged you on Facebook. I don't think I saw that. I looked on there, but I don't think I saw a special message. But make a long story short, I got so much to say on this subject in a separate video because I've gotten a couple of messages like this from people. And I got something deeper to say on this. I'll say this, though. Just in brief. Believe me, man, I know how hard it could be as far as just that true love to develop when somebody didn't raise you and you weren't around them like that. But I say this, even the generic love is better than no love. And what I mean by that is just love her from the standpoint of, hey, that's my mother. She brought me into this world. You know what? May not have, she may not have showed me this type of love or may not have did that, but guess what? I ain't gonna walk around with that coarseness in my heart. You may not love her like you did your dad or nothing, but guess what? I'm just saying, don't hate. Don't hate. And if she don't understand your life, it's gonna be people that don't understand stuff in our life. Guess what? We can't hate them for them not understanding, except that they might not like it. And some of them may not want you to come around. You ain't got to hate them. Just love them from afar. I ain't saying you got to be thinking about them 24/7, but just don't have to hate. Say, hey, guess what? Hey, Mom, hey, I love you anyway. It may not be deep like it was with the person that raised me, but it's still your mom, still your daddy, or still whoever it may be in your life. So that's just good old advice from the Dog King. Now, next, we want to go to my guy, Kevin Gray. And Kevin always dropping a thoughtful comment every now and then. And on this video, he dropped one on Henna Hotel. And definitely worth addressing. It's simple, but it's a good one. And this is what he says. He says, he basically just said, I want to go try that out. And the Henna Hotel, the Henna is the robot hotel that I did a video on. It's a hotel over in Japan. It was the world's first robot hotel. And here's the deal. It's not like it's sophisticated Terminators walking around the hotel today. So it's not like it's on that level. But when you say the world's first robot hotel, that's sort of what you envision. And I would suggest you can go check that video out. And I also have a video attached to that video in the description that you can go check out. But literally, it's just a hotel run by robots. And it's not much to run. When you think about your hotel experience, what do you really do there? You go to the hotel, you check in. You normally take your own bags and stuff to your hotel, to your hotel room, unless you in some snooty rich hotel or you just got overflow of money and you got people that's doing it for you. But as a normal, regular, everyday guy, every hotel I've went to, I took my own luggage to my hotel room. I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't never had it brought to my room. So excuse me. Man, I don't know what keep happening. So you take your own stuff to your hotel room. When you get there, the only other people I see is people that clean the room up every now and then when I'm leaving the room the next day or something. Or I see them cleaning somebody else's room. Or the rare occasion you might order room service, which me personally, I don't think I ever had order room service in my life. So I haven't talked to those people. So the next time I see people is when I'm checking out. So on this video, a lot of people was like, man, I checked in with the robots and I didn't do anything else. And in that video, I was saying, hey, you don't do much else in a normal hotel. But when you hear robot hotel, you just think of it's a lot to do. But Kevin was like, hey, man, I want to go there. And I think it'd be neat even just to go with your companion dog, just to sort of see the evolution. That's all. It's just the beginning. It's the beginning of evolution. You go there, check in with the robots. Your room is pretty much controlled by remote control, whether it's voice control, whether it's you using a remote or even a small little robot in the room. And then they have something that can bring your luggage to your room. Other than that, it's not a whole bunch there. I'm going to be honest with you. You just stay the night. So today is not going to blow your mind, but I think it's neat. It's just something cool. You don't have to worry about humans. That's really all it is. You don't have to worry about humans. So when he says he wanted to go there, I'm like, yeah, man, I just want to let everybody know. I think it'd be a cool experience just to go there, spend the night, quiet night. Now, they don't have a restaurant and things of that nature. Like I say, in the future, I can see robots serving you food, walking around like straight up androids, but that ain't today. So it's not that exciting today, but it's still a step in evolution. And I think it was worth mentioning. So I'm with you, Kevin. I want to go there one day too. I got one more comment for this page, and I'm coming to my live stream comments. I already answered it. It was a Dolly girl saying it was hard to love mother. And I already answered that about, hey, I know it may be hard, but you ain't got to love, or you ain't got to put pressure on yourself to love somebody just like you did somebody that raised you. Just say you love them. Just say you care that they're alive. Hey, look, I know I ain't had a relationship with you, but I'm just thankful for being my mama then. So with all that said, I'm getting back to the live stream comments right quick to see what y'all been talking about. And if you just tuning in, this has been a history of companion dogs, baby. It's a history story. So we going down the line from how companion dogs came into existence all the way to how we know them today. Because I said, since I'm talking about the evolution and technology and how these dogs are going into the future, we definitely need to revisit the past. Because it's something that I had researched a long time ago myself, said that I wanted to talk about, but never have gotten to it. Because in a way, it's a bit too much to talk about in one video, in one just sitting video. So I said, you know what? This'll be the perfect time to talk about it during the live stream. And let me see what you guys have been chatting away about since I've been gone. Second son of Big Mom. I'm going to have to get used to saying that, man. It's a long name. Honestly, second son, God bless you. Hey, it's your name, but I wish you had kept Big Mom because I liked it. It was a little easier to say. Redmond says, how's it going? Oh, Parker Jackson. Really interesting history so far. Okay, that's where we left off at. Second son of Big Mom. Right when I brought him up, he says, hello, King, even though that was earlier, 30 minutes ago. Ray Oliveira says, thank you, Germany, for the first companion dogs. But I'm telling you, brother. Well, hey, the first modern companion dogs. Hey, second son says, the only thing Nazis did right to give us companion dogs. Hey, I can't lie, man. I hate to give them credit on anything, but yeah, I say that's something that they did good. What up, John Yo? John Yo says, sup, King? What up, John Yo? Hey, Ray Alvera said the SS wanted them round and full. Boy, I was tripping off that. Dude said he wanted that rose bottom, baby. That, hey, hold up. What exactly did he say? He said, it had me laughing. What exactly he said? He said he wanted that, do. I want to see that. Oh, yeah, baby. That rose hip form, round and full. I want to make sure I see it right. And rose hip form, baby. I love it. Redmond says, Jay, what's your favorite food? Home cooked and eating out. Look, man, I can't lie. It's changed over the years. As of today, My completely number one favorite food at home, eating out, no matter what. I don't care. Fine dining, steak, lasagna, hey, anything you can imagine. My number one favorite food that I can eat at any time of day. You can throw it out on the lawn or anywhere, and I'm gonna want to eat it. And that's pizza. It's pizza. Man, I realized it some years ago. I was eating pizza, and I was just like, man, I love pizza, love pizza, love pizza. And I just started thinking about, sat down and started thinking about it. You know what, man? It ain't nothing I can eat more than pizza. Nothing. I had went one time just to see how long I could eat it. Man, I was going into the third week one time before I was just sort of getting fatigued of it. I was like, damn, it is remarkable. And the thing about pizza is you can always change it. And it's actually pretty healthy. If eaten in moderation, pizza really gives you all the things that you need on it, depending on the toppings that you get. You can get your veggies, you can get a little meat, you can get your dairy, you can get your bread. You know what I'm saying? You can get so much on there if eaten in moderation. So pizza would be my number one food. Will Smith says, "Can I get it?" He said, "Can I get a Jada customized doll? I want that doll in August." Hey, Will Smith. Hey, with your money, you can get any damn doll you want. Believe me, brother. Because Luda was asking me about dolls last week, and I'm like, Luda, you can get whatever you want. Chris Rock said it was a G.I. Jane joke, dude. Got the stars coming in, baby. Ray Alvera says, keep my wife's name out your mouth. MGTOW says, Jada looks like a Genzo, whatever that is. Sang. What up, Sang in the house? My guy Sang, man, big contributor to the show. Good guy. I appreciate you, Sang. He says, and I thought I had clicked it up there. That's why I sort of leaned back a little bit. He said, I can only imagine seeing myself. He said, I can only see myself getting dolls that I can take care of myself. I don't believe anyone but me would really treat them correctly, women or man. Well, honestly, with the system that I'm talking about having and the women that I'm gonna have trained, oh, they're gonna have my dolls right. Believe me. Now, ultimately, nobody can really take care of my dog. I agree with you. Nobody can intimately take care of my dog like me, meaning that wipe my dogs in the way that I wipe them, with the mentality that I'm rubbing them with and things of that nature. But let me tell you something about human women that I do love. Amidst all the things that people might complain about, they do have it's the good ones I'm talking about. And even women that are bad have this still in their natural ability to sort of just care for you. They have just this natural care gene in them. And when they get to doing stuff like that, if you get a good one, because you could always get a bad seed. I'm talking about a good female worker, somebody that wants to come to work and do a good job. When they want to do a good job, they're going to be delicate. They're going to take their care. And the way that I'm sorry, I keep having I don't know what it is about this spot, because I don't feel this when I'm sitting in this room in any other time. But during the Dog King Power Hour, I don't know whether it's the cats or it's like a dander that keeps touching my face that makes me want to itch every blue moon. But what I was saying was I'm going to teach the girls in such a way, it's just going to be a real general way to wipe the girls. They're going to be good, clean, and they're going to move on. Because like I say, saying, if I move into the abundance that I want to move into, because see, I want to move into an area, if God blesses me, to where it's going to be more than 6 or 7 girls around here. And I'm letting you know. And I am moving away from TPE, but even with silicone, once you start getting up to a certain amount of girls, you are going to begin to need some help in some way. And I'm just saying, If I don't get, because see, I do got a technological thing that I told you I want to put in place. If I can't get that all the way in place like I envision it, I'm going to need a worker or two every now and then. And so, and under those circumstances, I'll incorporate a girl. Like you said, let's just say I'm just throwing a number out here. Let's say I got 50 girls. If I was to clean these girls like I clean them, I would never get a show done. And so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to need somebody to help eventually. But I want that many women. You see? I want that many. I would love to have that many to where I need a little help. Because the way I promise you, when God blesses me to display these girls the way I want to, and I'm talking about do some of the things that I want to, it's gonna blow some people's minds in the world in the future. I promise you. So it's a lot of Jada and Will talk. I'm gonna skip that because it's funny. MGTOW says, I gotta go to sleep now. What a shame. Thanks for the live stream, Jay. Take it easy. Hope you check back in and check out the rest of the history of MGTOW. Love you, brother. I appreciate you. Saint said, I just ordered some pizza not too long ago, but I haven't had it in a long time. To be honest, my favorite is rice and chicken. You know, hey, I can eat chicken too, but it's not my favorite. I love some chicken and rice. You know what? That makes me think of red beans and rice. I haven't had red beans and rice in forever. Second son says, I love chicken. I enjoy it. And sweets. Perfect. Dog King said, second son says, let me put this up here. Dog King, he said, you said I have to experience real vagina. He said, how about I pay and experience with working women, with street women? A lot of people have suggested that. I've even heard people say that, just say that, hey, just go and pay for it. I'm just going to tell you this. I'd rather see a man do that before he go to his deathbed, honestly. If it just had to happen. But I'm just not in the mind frame of giving bad advice or telling somebody something I wouldn't tell somebody I love. So I say this. I wouldn't do that because it's not real. You're not going to get a real love making it. Whatever you get when you pay that money, it's not going to be the experience I'm explaining, because it's a difference between when a woman chooses to make love to you and when you have to pay them. Now, a lot of people pay to make love, some of these guys, because they've had, been in relationships and stuff. I'm talking about older men or whatever. They've been in relationships and stuff. They've felt that part of it, so they can just go for the raw sexual experience. But I'm saying somebody like that has never been with a woman, you do need to know how to talk to a woman. You need to learn how to get a woman. That needs to be in your arsenal of how to approach a woman, talk to them, get to know them, find the conversation rhythm to find yourselves in a situation where you can make love one day. And it ain't all about making love. It's just all about the experience of just dealing with a woman. I'm telling you, man, you might be saying, Dog King, but you on this side. But the Dog King didn't experience all of the things I'm telling you. And all the things I'm telling you made me who I am. I don't look back because I did it. I smelled the real vagina, the good smelling one. I talked to a lot of ladies, had great conversations, interacted with them. Hey, I leaned my head on a human woman's shoulder before, had her pat my head, laid my head on a human woman's lap before, smelled that good thing underneath me. I done grabbed the real booty. I done sucked some real toes. And what I mean by real, I'm talking about human, because I keep saying the wrong thing. I don't never want to call my girls not real. They are real. They're just synthetic. What I'm saying is, once you ain't got to know once you know what's on this side, you can be on this side even better. I ain't never saying don't come, but I'm telling you, you need to go the real route, a real route. Don't cheat yourself, because here's the deal: you never know when you're gonna really need that skill. Because if I have to go talk to a human woman today for whatever reason, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know how to approach her. I know what I'm going to have to deal with, I'm going to have to deal with some, because everybody, I don't care how handsome you can be, every woman ain't finna like you, man. So even for the people that say they ugly, even these handsome, so-called handsome guys ain't getting every woman. Everybody ain't finna like you. So you're going to deal with rejection. You're going to deal with a little hardship. But it's always going to be a one woman that like you. I don't care whether you can marry her or not. It's going to be somebody that eventually likes you. So I know what to do. And so you need to know what to do under those circumstances. So with all that said, we're taking a break here for 2 seconds. I got to step out for just a minute. We coming back and jumping right back into the history of companion dogs, baby. And we left off at the Germans with the modern companion dog. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, let's see where the hell we are. Where the hell are we? Let's see. All right, now let's do a recap right quick of where I left off on the history of companion dogs. Just a real quick one. The quick recap is this. And for anybody tuning in, this whole show is about the history of companion dogs, how they got started, and how we ended up where we are today. Of course, I've been going back and forth on questions from the live stream and my videos from the past week. But for the purposes of this show, if you're just tuning in for any reason, I want to thank you for coming. So here's the recap. And excuse me for constantly doing what I just did just now. But in 8 AD, the first companion dog story was told. Ovid wrote a poem involving a guy named Pygmalion. The poem was Metamorphosis. He made a statue. He named it Galatea. He became in love with it. Aphrodite ended up coming down, seeing the statue, thinking it was beautiful, made it come to life, and he ended up marrying the statue. And they called it the porno version of Pinocchio, actually. Next was the 11th to 12th century, where there was the touching of naked statues was encouraged, and they said people carved naked women into sides of churches to ward off evil spirits, and people that touched these statues were said to have healing power and things of that nature. But it was basically the introduction of touching an inanimate object in a sexual way to a certain extent. Excuse me again, sorry. In the 15th century, the first companion dogs were introduced at sea. They were called Dame de Voyage in French, Dame de Vigne, or Dame de Vigne in Spanish, or the most hilarious of the three, Seemannsbrat in German. And these dogs were made out of sewn cloth. Eventually, they were made out of leather and sold to the Japanese in the 17th century. Next, we came to the 1941, where the Nazis invented what most considered to be the modern campaign dog. Good old Heinrich Himmler gave an order to start the Borghild Field Hygiene Project. The Borghild Hygiene, the Borghild Field Hygiene Project. And Himmler came up with this concept to stop the unnecessary losses of Nazi soldiers due to STDs. They made several different types of this dog, and they ended up coming out with the first model of Borghild Type B, and it was completed in 1941. Later, this blonde, life-size woman with 8 Barbie dolls, and that's what made me laugh because actually, I thought that the campaign dolls had an inspiration from Barbie dolls or toy dolls, but it's actually the other way around. Toy dolls got the inspiration from campaign dolls, so I thought that was hilarious. Also, I forgot to mention. Oh, no, I might have said that, but let me just throw it in case I forgot. Is the fact that especially with that 17th century dolls at sea. Also in the 17th century is when the Dutch began to trade these dolls that was made at sea with the Japanese in the 17th century. Then it was to 1941 with the Nazis created the Marty Campaign doll, and in between 1941 and 1975 in 1968, I have a note here. What happened in the 1968 is the United States campaign dolls began to appear in magazines. Right. They began to make an appearance in magazines when it became legal to sell sex. What is it called? Oh, sex devices. It became legal to sell sex devices in the mail. So in 1968, companion dolls appeared in magazines when it became legal to sell sexual devices. So 1968 was a key point for the United States. And jumping back over, in 1975, that was and I haven't seen this, ladies and gentlemen. I have not. I'm gonna have to put this on my movie review list. Matter of fact, let me do that right now, because as of right now, it's not on my list. But in 1975, it was the premiere of a movie called The Stepford Wives. And I'm going to write that down. Okay. And it's a film about the quaint town of Stepford, Connecticut, where men have beautiful robot wives that are all absolutely perfect. Man, I've heard of this movie. Once again, it's another movie I didn't know was about robots until like I read this recently. I'm like, what? It said, except for the fact that they're creepy. That's what they say. I have to see that for myself. They have a trivia here. They say Diane Keaton turned down the role of Joanna right before signing her contract because her Anna's got bad vibes from the script. I don't know how successful that movie was, but I know I've heard of it, so it had to have been successful. But I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. Literally. After that, it was the early 1980s. The first, what they call, well, I'm gonna replace the word, but it's in the early 80s, the first companion robot is invented. British company called Sex Objects Ltd. I'm gonna have to research that, man. That's cool. It said they creates a sex robot named 36C. And I actually read about this in more detail a while back. They call her sex robot 36C for obvious reasons. They said she also had a 16-bit microprocessor and voice synthesizer that allowed primitive responses of speech and it had push button inputs. That's crazy. It said people who use this still get turned on when they hear Stephen Hawking speak. What? Oh, okay. They tried to make a joke there. And I don't like them making a joke at Stephen Hawking's expense. I guess they're trying to say that the voice sounded so robotic. They say, hey, if they like their voice, then they like Stephen Hawking's voice. But you know what? When I think about these sex robots or companion robots or whatever, and I think about just the AIs, even the complaints that I have, like I think I mentioned that in one of my videos, I still appreciate people trying to push, trying to get to an outcome. You know, every bit of improvement is to be applauded, because it's so easy for me sitting on my couch to be like, man, that ain't right. She ain't acting like no real woman. But man, that stuff is complicated to get these dolls to react in any real way. So I thought that was interesting that even in the 80s, the first robot was invented in the 80s, and it was named 36C by a company called Sex Objects Ltd. Now later, and I'm gonna take a break after this one. Later in 1985, the term gynoid was coined. Now, the term gynoid was a name given to a female robot designed to look like a human female. Now, of course, we have a brand out right now called Gynoid Doll. And it's a brand that I've talked to in the past. I have a very small relationship with them as far as, hey, we've communicated before. We haven't talked in a while. But they have a very great brand of doll from afar. And it's one of the companies that I definitely do put, it's a company that I put up there with the real dolls of the world. To me, it's a tier below. It's just a small tier below, but it's right on their heels. So the term gynoid was termed in 85, given to a female. The name was given to a female robot designed to look like a human female. It was given to us by Gwyneth Jones in her 1985 novel called Divine Endurance. It says, luckily, now this is a joke, in 1997, Mike Myers gave us the much more palatable and fun term, fembot. And I have to agree. I actually like fembot. It's pretty cool. So with that said, we're going to stop right here. And I'm going to come back to my video comments. And then I'll make it back to the live stream comments in that order. So I'm having fun, guys, with you going over the history of companion dolls, man. Hope you guys are learning some things, having fun with me. And rest assured, I'm still making it through my comments. So if you drop the comment and you waiting for me to get to it, believe me, I'll make it. I will make it. So where do we stop at? Excuse me. Let me get a little drink here. Where did we stop? Perfect. Hold on, let me mute this so I can give me a good coffee. Hold on. Okay, sorry, guys. Now, I'm going to start off these comments with Darly Girl 20. And she commented on my Love Don't Judge review that I did a while back after I was on the Truly show, Love Don't Judge. If you've never seen that episode of me on Truly, I have it still on my community post on my YouTube channel. You can see it on there. Or you can also go to Truly's site on YouTube, just TRULY, and you can scroll and find me on their Love Don't Judge section. But Dolly says this, excuse me. What do you say? Okay, this is it. I don't think I quite understood this question all the way, and that's why I'm reading it right here. Dolly Girl says, "I'm trying to get a love doll female body for my doll wife." See, this throwing me off. I'm gonna read it again. I'm trying to get a love doll female body for my doll wife Kelly, but of course with the same looking face. You brought up mental illnesses. In this, my dolls are my comfort, my coping skill. He said, also, like you said, your dolls are there to stay. I realized that a year ago I would never give my dolls up again. So that made me think that he gave them up at one time for maybe a relationship. And I'm letting you know, I'm telling you, boy, that's a bad idea. I gave up love letters that I had from when I was I mean earlier love letters that I had from girls, panties and stuff. I gave it up for one of my girlfriends one time. Man, she broke up with me some months later. I gave away all of my history for and she was gone. And that's why I say you don't give up your companion dogs for something that can be temporary. As soon as you get rid of your dog, she'll leave you high and dry, and you're gonna be like, what did I do? What was I thinking? Uh I want to go back up though, because I still don't understand what he was saying. He was like, man, I want to get he said, I want to get a love dog female body for my dog wife Kelly, but of course with the same looking face. So I'm just gonna say this. Maybe he already has a dog. He just really throwing me off. Maybe he already has a dog, right? And he wants to get a new body for it. But then he's throwing me off and says, I wanted to get it with the same looking face. So I guess in my mind, I'm thinking like, you just want a whole new dog then. And you want it to look similar to your whatever dog you have now. I guess that's what he's saying. So I'm gonna go past that. He said, also, like you said, your dogs are there to stay. I realized I would never give up my dogs again. Remember, never give up your dogs, like I just said. He said, I like to get positive advice from you because I dwell too much on haters. He said, I also like how you did in the update from your Love Don't Judge documentary. He said, I've done the same thing too. I guess he said he did some sort of documentary or something. He said, they only get a little clip of your life, which is true. He said, like they did of mine. He said, I also love to learn about your journey. And I'd also like to know if you believe you have a spiritual connection with your ladies. I might have read this last week, honestly. Not quite sure. But I answer it anyway. Uh, you can always learn about my journey just really by looking through all of my videos. That's my whole life with the girls. Anything else, you can check on the live stream and ask me, and I'm definitely happy to answer it for you. Also, I have a spiritual connection with my girls. I've said that time and time again. I just don't see how you cannot have one with them after you spend so much time to them and pour so much love into them. And especially if you have a spiritual base anyway, if you recognize the spiritual side of yourself, you know, you're going to be putting good energy and good love into them. And I see them as loving and participating in everything that I do. So I see them as loving God, just like I do, and having God's spirit dwelling within their bodies. They may not have human bodies, but I believe that it's just good spirits all over them. You know, I believe the angels touching them as well, got them blessed as well. So that's how I feel about it, Dolly Girl. Next, Fear Feline, keeping secrets. Fear Feline says on keeping secrets. He said a real simple comment, but it was a good one. Fear Feline says, loose lips sink ships. Companion dogs are more top secret than the CIA. I said, hell yeah, my friend. Basically, well said. Because the only variation I'm going to make to that is if you do got an AI. Because, man, I was telling my brother, I am making a change even in my thinking of, hey, man, I'm beginning to sort of embrace AI technology, just sort of where it's going a little bit more than I did, because I've always had a certain aversion to technology, prying and sneaking and looking and trying to see what the hell you doing and all this stuff. But as the days go by, I'm just getting less worried about these people, less worried about them looking at what the hell I'm doing and stuff like that. I'm not trying to say I'm not aware of things happening, but I'm just really trying not to live my life worried. That's just the truth of it. But I say this: as long as you got a normal companion dog, you ain't got to worry about her saying a damn thing. But if you got an AI, you can't be so sure. I say that. I say that. So as I progress and even get me an AI dog, I can't be so sure that what I say around her is as private as I think it's gonna be. But normally, he right. Loose lips sink ship, and you ain't got ships, and you ain't got to worry about that with these girls. Next, Second Son said something on my video. And he says, "Hey, Dog King, thanks for making a video on this subject. And this is my final name. I'm not changing that. I only wrote that down to say, man, Second Son, I hope not. I even said that at the beginning of this video. I hope you done with the name, man. Even though, given my choice, which it ain't my choice, I like Big Mom better because it was just quicker myself. But this is more to the point because you may have another brother and you the second son, so it's more to the point. The next I have is my friend Play Network, and she doesn't. I don't see her in here as much anymore because I think it's a conflicting time. But when he goes to sleep, I keep saying that wrong. Plague is a he, so Plague says, "Heck yeah, they don't judge, they won't tell." He's all these people making these comments on my video, keeping secrets. Pat Plague says, "Heck yeah, companion dogs don't judge, they won't tell." He said, totally on the same page with that positivity. I can't even imagine myself yelling at Lona. And I promise you, I'm with him on that one. I can't even imagine myself yelling, "Callie, what you doing?" Or Saima, what you? No, I couldn't imagine myself yelling, putting that negative energy into my dogs. Jack Green, he had came to me one day with just a hypothetical situation, just saying, "Hey man, what if some people use them as sounding boards?" And I was like, you know what, Jack Green, I understand people may do that, but I hope they wouldn't. I hope they wouldn't be yelling and putting that negative energy into their girls, man. I just think it's just something you don't want to get into the habit of doing. So, moving on along. Amanda Stone said a lot of people said some of my Keeping Secrets video, which I like. Amanda Stone had me laughing. She said, "It's so true. I can't even imagine how nice it must be falling down, looking stupid, and your girl just smiling at you and not laughing." And it's so funny because, like, in a dog owner's mind, like, I might trip or fall or do something crazy. Yeah, Callie might look at me, and in my mind, I might envision her laughing. But guess what? She ain't telling nobody about it, And Callie is the funniest doll I have. She's her and Saima. These are probably, I don't know, man. Tsunade moving up there. But Callie is the funniest one. It's just sometimes when I look at her, it's just the expression on her face. I just die laughing. But whenever I say or do something stupid, I'm always at a comfort of knowing, like, you know what? This girl, luckily she here and ain't nobody else here. So Amanda Stone, it feels good to know they can keep a damn secret. DAS finally got to DAS, and I brought him at the beginning because DAS does a lot of contributing to the show, and people contribute on their own accord, and as they are blessed to contribute. Because believe me, working a conventional job it's a song they made. Working hard for the money, hey, so hard for the money. Working hard for the money, on, dee-doo. I forgot the other part, but people work hard for their money. So whenever you contribute to the show, I appreciate you. But I just send a special shout out to DAS because it's what I can do to show his love, to show my love to him. So he said this, because I said in that video, keep secrets, don't yell at your dog, keep the energy positive. He said, yeah, my dog rooms are positive energy and spaces. Whenever I enter and look at them, they charge me up like a battery. He said the outside world usually does the opposite. So no matter how bad the day is, I always end up on a high note when I get home and see my ladies. Thanks for the stream, JB Easy. And you know what? When I had that conventional job or whatever, and I would come home, he right. no matter what might have went wrong. You know, you see your girls, man, you finna start getting happy, man. You finna start getting happy just knowing they here waiting for you. No flat. Go over there, hug them, sat them up in front of the TV, wherever you want to sit them at, man. And guess what? Getting to enjoy your day. And if you Dr. MGTOW, I know he gone right now, but in Dr. MGTOW, in case you get home, you have about 5 or 6 rounds, then you can relax with the girl. But either way, it ain't nothing like coming home seeing your ladies. Who next? Next, I got my guy, and I got 4 more, and I'm coming back to my live stream questions for a while. Science said something on my video, a quick run. Science said something on a quick run. And what did he say? Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie, I haven't seen as many female comments lately, but guess what? Keep them coming, ladies. I'm watching. The ones that I commented, I appreciate you. Science said on a quick run, he said, man, I sort of hinted on this earlier. He said, that was a live stream I did Saturday. He said, man, no fair. It was 3 a.m. where I live when you streamed this, so I couldn't catch it. And what did I tell him? I said, I missed you too, my friend. All my old people, I missed several of my old people on that stream. But I want to tell you, I missed you all. But guess what? I just popped in unexpectedly. And that's just something I'm going to be doing from time to time. I may catch you, I may not. But if you do miss it, catch it on the replay. I appreciate you, though, son. And matter of fact, I'm glad I ran across a couple of these because Amira said something on this same one, and I want to say something to Amira. She said, I fell asleep, but glad to see you, Jay. Glad to see your success. Catch the next Power Hour. Man, thank you, beautiful Amira, and I thank you for sending your blessings on my success. Like you say, don't worry about falling asleep. As long as you catch it, as long as you catch back up, watch it when you wake up, that'll make me happy. Just knowing that you watch it when you wake up, And even though I ain't dating a human woman no more, I love you to be watching it with your t-shirt and your panties on. Hey, look, that'll bring some good luck to the show. So that'll make us real happy, Amira. Now, Bill King said something on a quick run as well. Bill King said, oh, this is a good one, y'all. Bill King asked me, he said, do you know anything about Sex Angel Baby? It's a sex doll vendor. And it's actually, he said, in other words, are they legitimate? He said, I'd hate to spend all that money on a couple. He said, all that money on a couple I'm looking at, and it either won't come or it turns into a cheap piece of crap that'll fall apart after about a couple months. And man, for a while, I didn't get a chance to get to it, but I finally took a look at it, right? So here's the deal. This is what I said. They look legitimate, but they have too many negative reviews for me. They have 25 reviews on Trustpilot. 25 now. 16% of the 25 reviews are negative. I don't like that. It ain't but 25 of them. Excuse me. It ain't but 25 of them, and 16% of them negative? Damn. Some people say they had to get a doll that they didn't order. Hold on, wait a minute. Time out. Some people say they had to get a doll that they didn't order because the doll they purchased was already sold out. Whoa, bro. If a doll I purchased was already sold out, I think I just wait for you to give me my doll, the one I paid for, or give me my money back. I ain't just finna willy-nilly go, well, I'm gonna get that one then. What? No. Give me what I paid for. When I read that, and some people were saying they was basically forced to choose another doll. I was like, oh, no. I said, that's a red flag for me. And here's the deal. I hate to say that because like I told you, every vendor that ain't on the doll form or something like that, that don't mean they're bad. And I think this is the vendor that's actually in the United States. It's somewhere I think it's New Jersey, or somewhere on the East Coast or somewhere. But I don't want to give a company I didn't want to say anything bad because, man, not dog, but any potential vendor that's in the United States, man, that's a good thing. That means you're gonna get your dolls quicker and all of that. But I'm only skeptical of it only because of, man, it's just not a lot of companies around the United States right now. And so you have to be skeptical of the practices that they're using. But I say this, He came back and said, "Thanks, man. I appreciate that." He said, "I see. I could have bought one." He said, I could have bought one years ago. It's just a trust factor." He said, "And when you can't find them in adult shops, you have to go online and take your chances." And that's pretty messed up. And see, that's the one thing about companion dogs at this stage that is sort of messed up is mostly you have to go online. These things aren't readily available in stores. And honestly, like you say, it's just going to have to be the evolution of the companion dog, because a lot of these stores don't want to just get a stock of companion dogs at different sizes when men know they can get them customized to how they want them. Man, you can have dogs in your store that may sit there for a nice long time without being sold because people are just going online getting the exact ones they want. So it's a tricky thing, but I do believe it's something that will be figured out going forward. But as far as sex, what's the name of this place again? Sex Angel Baby. If you're from Sex Angel Baby, you can always get in touch with me and hey, we can have a talk. But from what I saw, it's not looking that great from the review standpoint. So moving on, I got one more, and I'm going back to the history of companion dogs. DAS says I'm on another Walmart run. DAS says I'm on another Walmart run. And what did he say? He said, this is what DAS said on another one. He said, these are one of my favorite video series you make. Talk about me going on my adventures. And I like to go on them whenever I need to get out. He said, seeing how brave you. Oh, Sang! My big man Sang came in, baby, to interrupt the proceedings. Yeah, man, I already got to hit that up, baby. Sang. Thank you, bro. Love you, Sang. I appreciate the contribution, bro. Sang always try to say $5 ain't nothing, but hey, guess what? To me, it's a lifesaver. I love you, Sang. Something actually happened to me earlier this week. I talk about it another time, man, but it's right on time, Sang. I appreciate you. You just don't know. But Dod said, seeing how brave you are is making me stronger. He said, and I like to try to get out whenever I can with the girls, whenever I'm motivated. I'm never getting out just to shoot the video. I'm getting out because I want to do something, you know? So Sang says, Dod says, I really want to take my ladies out and show the world how beautiful they are. Just not ready yet. He said, probably will start with a drive-through. Then he may go to a Walmart that's not close to me. He said, but ultimately, I want to be like you and say F it and take her to wherever I want. He said, I mean, they're too beautiful to keep aside. The human chicks should be ashamed and not me. I mean, damn, step your game up. Why can't human chicks look as dope as my companion dog? I say this, but I say what I told him. I just told him a short version. I said, you're doing right to take your time. Because he says, I'm looking brave. He want to go out. Look, I've told you guys, don't be putting pressure on yourself because you see me going out. It is a lot more to it than you see. Mentally, spiritually, and all that. Just getting out in public. It's more to it. I'm not saying be scared. I'm saying don't put pressure on yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't say, man, I ain't nothing. I don't go out. J-Dog do. J-Dog King do. So I'm less of a dog owner. No, you ain't. This is a choice. You have to be prepared. And everybody is different. You do things at your own accord. You may get out and find out it's something you don't like. You may get out and find out it's something you do like. But what you don't do is force yourself. So I say take your turn. Don't rush it. He said probably start with a drive-through. I say this, man. If you just really apprehensive, man, go out late at night, throw in the car, take a quick ride around the neighborhood or somewhere and come on back home. Just see how you feel. Make sure it's good and dark. Because whenever you go into a store, because he said he may go to a Walmart or even a drive-through, that's an area of judgment. They're going to look at you crazy or say something or whatever, and you have to be prepared for that. He said, ultimately, he want to say F it. You'll say F it at the right time. I'm going to tell you, man, you'll know when the right time is when you say F it. If you still apprehensive, it ain't the right time. He said the human chick should be ashamed and not me. I mean, damn, step your game up. Why can't human chicks look as dope as companion dogs? I say this. Some human chicks do. Some of these human girls is so fine. Oh, they are so fun. Now, some women's shapes and stuff can't compare to companion dogs, but like I say, it evens things out. Because when you find a good human woman, it's certain. When you find a good human woman, certain things they can do can, guess what? Even the like on my video about Thana, when I said even a Thana can't win. I talked about even how you can have just an amazing woman that still, I think that a companion dog can edge them out just based on the loyalty factor. But you can run across an amazing woman out here, and like you say, they can be super duper fun. Now the only thing is, a companion dog ain't finna gain not an inch of weight. Now that's the one thing. But so I ain't gonna hit human chicks too low below the belt. But I understand what you mean. And ultimately, some human women ain't gonna be fine as a companion dog. But like I say, step your game up in other areas. But I just want to say again, thank you the same, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. That's much love. I appreciate you, bro. I really appreciate that contribution to the show. Who else I got? Okay. That was it. I'm off that page. Oh, thank goodness. Now, I want to check something right quick. I got a page and a half of comments left. So now I'm going back to the history of companion dogs. And if you're just tuning in, I appreciate you once again. This whole show, I just said, you know what, man? I've been doing all these deep dives, going deep, doing technological dives. I'm going to be breaking down vendors. I'm going to be breaking down manufacturers. I'm going to be doing so many things coming up in the future. I'm like, you know what? I got to go backwards before I go forward. And I've done this research a long time ago. But the thing is, I kept saying I was going to make a show about it, but a single show won't do it justice like a normal video. I said, nah, this is a subject for the Dog King Power Hour, unlimited time, unlimited talking, baby. Where I can, excuse me for doing it, but where I can just expound on what the hell is going on. I mean, what the hell happened in history, and we don't have to worry about no time constraints. So with all that said, we're going to do a recap and jump back into the timeline. And believe it or not, the timeline that I'm sharing with you it's not much more longer. I mean, it's not much longer. We're almost at the end of the timeline because we made it all the way up to 1985. So I'm going to do a brief review. So the first mention of a companion dog was in 8 AD. It was the first companion dog story. It was a guy named Ovid wrote a poem called Metamorphosis. He told of a story of a guy named Pygmalion. That's what I said, Pygmalion. It's Pygmalion. He made a statue named Galatea. He became obsessed with the statue, bathed her feet, and made love to her. And Aphrodite came down from the heavens and made her into a real woman. They called it the first porno version of Pinocchio. Next, it was 11th to 12th century, where the touching of naked stones became a thing. Naked stones outside the churches and everything of that nature were being touched, and they said were said to give healing powers, so to speak. Then you jump down to the 15th century, where 15th to 17th century, to be quite honest, where the first companion dogs made appearance at sea, where sailors made dogs out of cloth. They eventually started making them out of leather. They called these dogs Dame de Voyage in French, Dame de Vigne in Spanish, or Dame de Vigne in Spanish, or the most hilarious of the three, Seemannsbraut in German. And these dogs, like I said, were made out of cloth all the way up to leather. And in the 17th century, they were traded to the Japanese. The Dutch actually traded leather dogs made at sea to the Japanese. So it made me think, hey, did the Japanese really sort of start thinking about making dogs back then? Excuse me. Then we go to 1941, where the Nazis actually And some people have already said, man, that's the only thing good they've done. Well, I have to agree with you on that one. They did. Well, I don't know what type of UFO research they've done that's helped us either. But I say this: one thing is they brought the modern companion doll into existence in 1941. The good old SS brought in a modern companion doll, and it was at the request of Heinrich Himmler, and he called the project the Borghild Field Hygiene Project. And Himmler came up with the concept to stop the unnecessary loss of STD, unnecessary losses of soldiers dying from STDs. And the project was considered more secret than top secret. And like I was telling everybody, out of all the stuff the Germans were suspected of doing behind the scenes, UFO projects, chasing down ancient relics and things of that nature, the thing that was more secret than top secret was the companion doll project called Borghild Field Hygiene Project. That's amazing. And they first companion doll, Borghild, it was called Borghild Type B. It was completed in 1941, and later on, it inspired the making of Barbie dolls. So I thought that was funny that Barbie dolls were inspired by companion dolls. It wasn't the other way around. Then in 1975, you had the Stepford Wives. It was a film that premiered about a quaint town of Stepford, Connecticut, where men had beautiful robot wives. And I have not seen this movie. I got to put it on my movie review list. And these wives were absolutely perfect, but they say they were described as creepy, supposedly. And supposedly Diane Keaton, I think she was in a sitcom called Facts of Life, if I ain't mistaken. I'm not sure. I think that was it. But she turned down the chance to be in that movie. Then we moved on to the early 80s, where the first companion robot is invented by a British company called Sex Objects Ltd. And they made a robot named 36C for obvious reasons. It had a 16-bit microprocessor and a voice synthesizer that allowed for primitive responses to speech and push-button inputs. I thought that was pretty cool. Then we went on to 1985, where the term gynoid was termed. Nope, I skipped something, guys. Sorry. In between 41 and 75, in 1968, it became legal in the United States to send sexual devices in the mail, and companion dolls started making appearances in magazines in 1968. Then in 1975, the Stepford Wives, the 80s, the first companion robot was invented. And then, hold on, I think I'm skipping one thing. Yep. Oh my God. I skipped one thing, y'all, and I'm going to cover that right now. This is very interesting. So let's just go back up. So the Stepford Wives was in 1975. Then in the 80s, I said something about the first companion robot was made by the British company Sex Objects Ltd. Then I said the term gynoid was coined in 1985. And the name was given to a female robot designed to look like a human female. It was given to us by Gwyneth Jones in her 1985 novel, Divine Endurance. But something happened before 1985. It was also in 1980, the first blow-up dolls were available in most sex shops. That was a key moment in American history. In the 1980s, they don't give a specific date, but in the 1980s, blow-up dolls or inflatable companion dolls became available in most sex shops. This is what blew my mind. The original inventor of the blow-up doll is unknown. is unknown. And I was just thinking, like, you know what? It was such a stigma, because just think about it. It's a people try to attach a stigma to it today, but it was so stigmatized back then that somebody came up with it and was like, look, bro, I don't want no credit. You sure you don't want no credit? No. Just give me $50 for this one I just made, man. I'm gone. I don't want no credit for this one. Nope. Y'all can mass produce it, do whatever you want to do. I don't want no credit. Or I'm exaggerating. It could have been the guy that was mass producing it, but just chose not to take credit. But the whole funny thing about it is, it's somebody out there whose family line probably aren't reaping benefits because he didn't even want to take credit for making these dolls. He probably thought it was a gag. And even though blow up dolls are laughed at and joked about, truth be told, I bought one as a joke before I even got to the doll life. I bought one because people dared me that I wouldn't. And when I got one, by the time it was popped, I realized, like, wait a minute, I think I might want a real one, or, a legitimate companion dog. So to make a long story short, it's sort of sad to me when I found out, man, we don't know who actually came up with the modern inflatable companion dog. And it was all because he didn't want anybody to know he came up with the invention. So I thought that was crazy. So that happened in 1980. Then we went to 1985, like I said, and Gynoid was coined. And it made its appearance in that book, like I said, Gwendolyn Jones, in her book, 1985, Divine book. Let me slow down. It was in her book, a 1985 novel called Divine Endurance. Then now we can proceed to 1987, baby. And in 1987, let me make sure I don't have any extra notes. In 1987, Britain lifts the prohibition on importing what they call dirty stuff. In 1982, a black attempt to import companion dogs into Britain began a court case about whether or not to lift the import ban on all what they call obscene, or indecent items. The sex companies finally won, the companion dog companies finally won the case in 1987, lifting all prohibitions. Thank you, God, that they won that case, setting some precedent around the world. But this opened the floodgates to all what they call perversity in England, prompting the famous cry, "The British are coming, the British are coming." And of course, they used the U. But I say this, I'm so glad they won that, even though that wasn't an American case. But because as I said, in 1980, it was already cool for products to be sold in sex shop. In sex shop, in adult shops, you could sell companion dogs and things of that nature. So we were already good. But I'm just glad that got broken in Britain, because it just spoke for the rest of the world trying to catch up with, hey, where do we get off? Like I say, man, I just think that in some cases, law just oversteps its bound. And I think when you start getting into the bedroom, if it doesn't have anything to do with somebody raping or doing something way out of bounds against somebody's will, if it's especially with somebody doing something with themselves is not harming them, not killing themselves, the government needs to stay out of that type of business. I've always felt like that's just overstepping. Who are they to say that somebody's being too perverse in their own bedroom? So I that whole law, that type of thing is sort of frustrating to me. So that was in 1987, British lifts their ban. This is one that's weird as hell, but I'm just going to report it because it's part of the history. In 1995, supposedly, an inflatable sex sheep was sold. It's called, it was made by somebody called Mutton Bone Productions Incorporated. They created a life-size, anatomically correct inflatable sheep. So it was of the inflatable variety called Love Ewe. it was sold mainly as a gag gift. As a gag gift. And they say they hope, and I do too. I really do too. But you can bet somebody probably did something to that dang sheep. You know, if somebody has it right now, it's probably becoming a collector's item. But I only brought that up because it's the precursor. Because after that, it's something very major finna happen in the evolution of companion dogs. So I leave it right there. Because when I come back, something very major in the evolution of companion dogs happens. And so we're going to leave everything right there at the inflatable sheep made in 1995. So, you know what, man? I don't think that I made it back to my live stream enough. So before I get back to my comments on my videos, I'm gonna do a change. I'm gonna come into my live stream because I think I skipped it actually. So let me look at some things. Oh my God. Let me go ahead and take a deep dive in, baby. Okay, here we go. Okay, Sam was asking me what my favorite food was, and I was saying it was pizza, all types of pizza. Second son said Sam said he loved chicken and rice, and second son said he loved chicken, sweets. Okay, cool. Second son says, Doc King, I have a question. You said about experiencing real vagina. I told him about. I already answered that about. Hey, don't pay for it. And once again, is second son of Big Mom says, I'm average looking dude. Getting a girlfriend is difficult. First of all, once again, you listen to the channel, Big Mom. Stop saying you're average. Start saying you look good. Start saying you're fine. You are what you are. You are what you think you are. If you think you just I'm all right looking, that's what's gonna be projected out there. They're gonna be like, okay, he all right. Nah, think of yourself looking good. I told y'all, man. Y'all, I live in Memphis, man. This is one of the places that's known for just where you learn how to talk to women. And if y'all saw some of the dudes that have gotten some of the finest women in the world that ain't rich, that the guys ain't rich now, they just know what to say. It's all about what you're saying out here, my friend. I'm telling you, it's called the phrase that pays. I said it in the video a while back. He said, how should I deal with rejection? It hurts. I'm going to tell you, it's going to hurt. How you deal with it is you talk to enough women to where it don't. Oh, I took my thing from saying down. I didn't mean to. But I'm sorry, saying thank you, saying I love you, brother. But he said, how should I deal with rejection? Hurt. It's going to hurt until you talk to enough women till it stop hurting. That's really what you got to do. Like, even right now, if I go out and talk to a woman right now, right, the first 10 women that reject me, it's going to hurt my feelings. I can either come home, cry about it, and stop talking to women, or I can be like, you know what, I need some vagina, and go back out there, and after the next 10 to 20 women I talk to, I'm going to build up a hard skin and be like, okay, you might have rejected me, but I'm moving on to the next one. And it's going to form into confidence. And the thing about it, second son, I hate to say it, but we just live in a soft generation. I'm just going to put it as frank as I can. Everybody wants a participation trophy. Nobody wants to go through any. And I ain't talking about you here. I'm just speaking in general. I don't want to lose. I don't want to strike out. I don't want to potentially have to fail at something to succeed. I don't want to go through nothing hard to win. Hey, bro, everything is not the easy path. Once again, you could be sitting up here saying, hey, Jay, you with a companion dog, ain't this the easy path? I've went the route. I've lived it. I've got the experience. And the only reason I'm harping on getting the experience is because I know I wouldn't be who I am now if I didn't know what the sweet smell of a vagina given to me by a woman smell like. Lord have mercy. Because I ain't gonna lie, I love everybody on here. But whenever any of my people start saying, oh, nah, man, you don't never need human vagina ever one day in your life, you done lost your mind or you ain't never been with a good woman. So I ain't gonna never subscribe to that. Yeah, you do. You need that experience. Sane says, you can't ask for advice on that truth. Every man has different sensibilities. I love what you said, but he can ask advice. You may can't take it all, but you can ask. It comes down to what Sane is saying, though. It comes down to what you decide. You know, you're going to have to deal with it on your own terms. But I'm telling you, some stuff just can't be avoided, man. You just got to go ahead and face the line head on. You may get rejected. So what? Move on to the next one. Big Mom says, Second says, to be honest, I'm not a Chad or Tyrone. I'm a beta male average guy. Girls friend zone us. Man, I don't know. Once again, you talking all that matrix talk that these people talk on the internet, and I ain't gonna down y'all for talking it, but it's a lot of nonsense to me. That's a lot of stuff to get your mind caught up. Look, bro, Chad, Tyrone, Byron, Myron, all that stuff is ridiculous. I'm a beta. What? Man, you're a human. You're a human guy. I'm a beta. I'm an alpha. I'm a centurion. What are we doing here? No, second son. Everything, you're a product of your mouth. I'm a beta male. When girls see me, they friends on me. What? When you talk like that, they friends on you. When you call yourself a beta male, whatever the hell it is, you're a beta male. I'm just average looking. Well, you are average looking. They don't like me. They'll never give me vagina. You're right. They won't. Not talking like that, they won't. You got to change it. Ray Vera says, where 36C at? I need it. Oh, man. I ain't gonna lie, 36C sounded very interesting. And I ain't beating you up, 6 9. I'm telling you the hard truth. Man, you got to get some backbone out here. Don't worry about it. Like I say, you got to take your hits before you get to where I am. I done been turned down. I done took my nights out on the town. Me and my brother hollered at 50 girls' numbers. Hollered at 50 women. Got 3 numbers out of the 50. Guess what? Get home, called at 3 numbers. All of them bad. Guess what? You got to go right back out the next night and get 50 more numbers. And then go back out the next night and get the 50 more. But let me tell you, some people out there, that ain't worth all that work. Yeah, it is. Because some of those times, I hadn't had vagina yet. And when I got the good vagina after all that work, it was worth it at the time. I'm just saying, I didn't have so much vagina. See, that's what y'all don't understand. I didn't have so much human vagina. It ain't that I ain't had none and I gave up. No. I've had so much. I've dated so much. I've talked to women so much to where now I'm cool with like, hey, look, man, I ain't really got to have it all like that. I done had it all. I done experienced it all. I'm cool with just being over here. And if some knocks down my door, I will take it. It ain't coming from the standpoint of, oh, you don't never need it. You don't never need to try it. Shoo-woo. Yeah, you do. Science says you're going off other people's experiences. I thought similar to that in high school, but as an adult, I realized I don't even care much for relationships and sex in general. Go the path that suits you. He right about one thing. You got to go your path. At the end of the day, you got to make your own decisions in life. But I'm going to warn you about something he's saying in here. You can go your own decisions in life and choose never to have a woman. That's one you'll regret. Look at what science says. He says, I don't even care for relationships and sex in general. But you know why you don't care for them, saying? Because you experienced it. Obviously, because if you haven't experienced it, then you don't even know. But I already know that you've experienced it. And you like, man, I done had sex and I don't really care for it that much. Now, we are so different in that regard. I don't know what type of sexual partners you had. saying, and I love you because you contribute to the show. I ain't coming at you. I'm just speaking about what your comment said. I don't know what sexual experience you had, but I'm gonna be honest. My good human sexual, because I've had some bad ones, but my good human sexual experiences, hey, bro, they was good, damn good. So, look, maybe we've had some different experiences there. I just say, man, like I say, I look at Second Son as from a big brother standpoint. And I'm telling you, I ain't finna advise nan high school kid not to be getting no vagina. You got to, bro. Science says I can't stress enough that we're all different. And he right about that. Oh, he said he can't stress enough that we're all different. That's true. We are all different. But one thing we similar on is I believe every man, just like they said in the old movie Coming to America, you need to sow your royal oats with a human woman at some point. That's why you have so many frustrated, what they call themselves incels, which is an impossible word. I'm involuntarily celibate. What? No, you voluntarily celibate, bro. Because if you didn't want to be celibate, you'd keep on hitting that hard path till you found one that said, yeah. You voluntarily. And so, like I say, they get to be 30 years old, and you can say it don't matter. You know, you can be like, hey, man, sex don't matter. Well, why is it the fact that these 30-year-old dudes still upset about it? It's because it does matter. You need to get that out of the way. Piper Long in a house, my guy. Man, it's good. I know it was a long time ago, Piper. I don't know whether you still here, but I'm glad to see you, my guy, in the house. John Yo says, Jay, you can't be real. Your content is too helpful. Thank you, John Yo. Luda. Luda said, how long ago this thing started? Luda in the house. We started at about 12:30. It's 12:30 every day, Luda. It's 12:30 every day. Luda say, hey, you see me at the Grammys? I did not see you at the Grammys, Luda. I did not see you at the Grammys. I promise you I didn't. I don't know where you were supposed to. I didn't see you. I'm trying to think. Did I see you? You know what? I might have seen Luda at the Grammys because I thought I saw you with some big afro. So maybe I did see you. He said, I was thinking about J-Dog when you were on my TV screen. Piper Long says, I'm paying a carpenter $1,500 to build a coffin. Wow, man. Oh, that's the price of a doll. A doll right there, Piper. He said, I'm paying him $1,500 to build a coffin for my new vampire doll. Oh, I found it, son. I'm putting it back up here. He said, for my new vampire doll, Darvulia. He said, I can't wait to incorporate the coffin in my next photo shoot of Darvulia. Now, I can't even lie to you, bro. I got all the boxes that my dolls came in, but I don't use them. I never just, I was just like, you know what? They ain't never going back in them boxes. They ain't never going back in them boxes. Now, if I was you, I would have probably just role play one of them damn boxes. They thick enough to be baby coffins. But I give you this, especially if you got the resources. We only live once, and you want to do it big. That is badass to be putting her in the damn coffin and stuff. And I say that is that's one of the few times where I'd be damn near putting her in her coffin almost. I'd probably be putting her in that junk every morning, man. Whenever the sun rises, she'll be in her coffin. That's actually sweet right there, man. I would be honest. Piper Long, somebody was looking for Piper Long, and he said he got a YouTube channel, which Piper Long, I like Piper Long's channel because it's more visual. He don't, you know what I'm saying? He got a visual channel. Ray Alvaro said the first porno version of Pinocchio. That's wild. That's what I said, Ray. You know, that ain't mine. That's what they can't. They said that's actually recorded in history. The people call it like the first porno version of Pinocchio. Ray Alvaro said somebody gifted me a blow-up doll once. I took her to the beach, sat her in the front seat, and my friend said, shotgun, good times. Dude, I had a blow-up doll once. Like I say, took it to my job. I ended up getting in trouble because of it, but I had a blow up doll once, and I had it for so long. I told you I ended up experimenting with it, and at one point, it ended up popping, not because of my experiment, but once I did it, even though I didn't like the experience, I was like, you know what, I can have a doll. I said, you know what, I can have a doll, and after that, that's when I a couple of years later, I ended up getting my first doll. So that was sort of the beginning of my whole journey. So let me see what else is happening. I seen yours. I might try to friend you today, John Yo, on Instagram. I be so busy, I don't really get a chance to pay attention to Instagram, and I've had I've had a couple of even viewers on there become a little just doing some stuff sort of crazy. I just say that. So I've sort of been hesitant also to just add people on there anyway because I'm rarely on there. But I think I know where yours is, John. You and I may add you when I get a chance. And Ray Alvera says, Piper living that vamp life. He sure is. Now, me, I'm finna get back to let me see where I am right quick. On my viewer comments. Let me just check that. I want to see exactly where we left off at. Let's see. Another run. Okay, perfect. So we got a page and a half of comments left. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get back to the history. We're gonna finish up on the history. I'm gonna finish up on my comments on my videos, and then we're gonna do live stream comments. And I guess we'll call it today. Depending on how I feel. I don't know. Might just leave the video on and go, hey, go do some stuff. No, I'm just joking. We'll probably call it a day after this. So the next thing on the timeline, we're going to do a quick rundown. And if you just tuning in, this whole show was me taking a deep dive in the history of how campaign dolls came about. And of course, I've been answering comments on my videos, answering live stream comments, things of that nature. I'm glad that everybody's here. Today, as of live, we got a little, we got some major hitters in here, and I'm glad to see all of y'all in here, man. Glad to see all of y'all in here riding with me. And if you just tuning in or tuning in later, I appreciate you for checking out this stream. I really do. So let's give a rundown on the history. I'm going to make this one quick. In 8 AD, first companion doll story told. Ovid wrote a story called Metamorphosis about a guy called Pygmalion. He made a statue called Galatea, and Aphrodite made the statue real, and he married the statue. It was called the first porno Pinocchio. From 11th to 12th century, they made people were actually getting used to touching naked women made of marble, called statue touching. Basically, naked stones, touching them naked stones were encouraged, and people said actually touching these stones could give you healing power. They were made and carved on the outside of English and Irish churches to ward off evil spirits. Next, we had 15th to 17th century. The first dolls were at sea, and they were called Dame de Voyage by the French, Dame de Vigne by the Spanish, or the most hilarious, Siemens Braut by German. And these dolls were made out of cloth. Eventually, they were made out of leather, and Dutch sailors were said to trade these said dolls with Japanese people. I mean, with the Japanese. And I was wondering, did the Japanese eventually use that experience to start, coming up with their own dolls? I really don't know. In hold on, let me think now. Was it something that happened in between 15th century? I already mentioned it. Then in 1941, in Nazi Germany, or the Nazis rather, invented what people considered to be the modern companion doll. They came up with, actually, it was Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS. He came up with the Borghild Field Hygiene Project to try to stop soldiers from dying from STDs. And it was considered more secret than top secret. I thought that was amazing. And just to mention that story again later on, they were really concerned about the faces, so to try to make them more like the streetwalker than the housewife, because they was like, man, they didn't want people falling in love with the companion dogs. And I thought that was funny because even they thought or figured that it was possible to have relationships outside of war with these companion dogs. Then in 1968, the United States actually made it legal to sell sex devices through the mail, and people started seeing sex dolls in magazines. In 1975, The Stepford Wives, a movie came out about robot wives. Excuse me. And in 1980, blow-up dolls were available in most adult shops in the United States. And the funniest part, like I said, it's sort of sad to me, is the original inventor of the blow-up doll is unknown. Is unknown. Then you move on to 1985, where the term God Knew a Doll was termed. And it basically is just a term for a female companion robot. That's really what the term is. And the first bot was built by the British company Sex Object Ltd. And they created a doll called the 36C, which had a microprocessor, voice synthesizer, could speak, had push button controls and things of that nature. I just mixed something up, I think, when I said that. But either way, I'm gonna move on because I look, it ain't no way for me to go back. But let me just separate it. I don't know whether I might have said this right. No, I did say it right. I said it right. Now that I'm looking at it. Okay, good. So we move on to we go to 1987, where British lifts a ban on importing what they call dirty stuff. So in 1987, you could actually sell companion dolls in Britain. So they followed suit with us because it was available in the United States in 1980. In 1995, a giant inflatable sex sheet was sold, and it was created by some people called Mutton Bone Productions. It was a life-size, anatomically correct inflatable sheet, and people said it was a gag gift, and we all hoped that it was. Even though people do whatever they want to, because right now you got who is it? I think it's Climax dolls. They've made half horse dolls and all type of stuff. So guess what? To each their own. Now we're moving on to my guy, a guy that I plan on meeting very soon. Very, very soon. I definitely plan on meeting him very soon. I can't wait. Definitely on the bucket list. Not bucket list, because way before my bucket list. But in 1996, the first realistic companion doll was created. So think about that. Out of this whole history of companion dolls, all the way from when Ovid wrote the poem Metamorphosis, all the way leading up through when the Nazis made the first modern companion doll, through when we legalized selling dolls in the United States in 1980, through the Stepford Wives through the Stepford Wives in 1975, through we legalized selling companion dolls in 1980, all the way up through 1985, the term coined as God Knew a Doll. Then Britain finally lifts their ban in 1987. The sheep was created in 1995, but in 96, after all that time from 8 AD, it took to 96 for the first, what they call realistic companion doll to be created. And you would think with all the companies overseas in China and things of that nature and around the world, other than the United States, that somewhere over there would have been the first realistic companion doll. But no, this is the first realistic companion doll. It was in 1996. At 29 years old, I respect this guy so much. I respect this guy a lot. At 29 years old, Matt McMullen stops making scary Halloween masks for a living and creates the first female companion doll that is anatomically correct in look and feel. The first one. Her name is Leah. McMullen goes on to create the company Real Dolls, one of the most popular companion doll companies in the world. The dolls have a posable PVC skeleton with steel joints and silicone flesh, which is advertised as the state of the art for lifelike human body simulation. They are now available in, I think it's even more than this now, but they are now available in 10 customizable body styles with the choice of 15 faces and 5 skin tones. I think there's more, all more now. Prices begin at $6,500, with some models costing over $10,000, and the AI starts at $10,000. It said one was also featured in 1997 film Lars and the Real Girl, somehow legitimizing the company. It's just like with anything else, man. He started his dream, and over the course of time, something comes along to make it hit, to legitimize it, to stamp it in stone. But I just can't say enough about this guy being a pioneer. And it just blows my mind because I was just thinking like, man, I never would have guessed that the modern doll as we know it really began here. I was like, man, what was everybody thinking? Because I even think back to when the Dutch traded to the Japanese. I'm like, man, Japan, the Dutch gave y'all basically a companion doll back then. They didn't beat Matt McMullen to it, all the way to 1996. So I thought that was amazing. And the whole thing with Matt McMullen was he sort of stumbled upon it because he was trying to make some super realistic mannequin for stores. That's what he was trying to do. And somebody asked him, did the dolls have working parts? And that's when he said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. This could be something else. And just like that, we entered the golden age of companion dolls. So when you think about it, man, this game hasn't been around that long. And it's just like anything else. You get caught up into thinking like, man, on down in the future, people really gonna have it good. Way better than we have it now as far as the technology, as far as dolls lasting, as far as material they're using. Everything is only getting better. But I tell you one thing, I'm glad I'm here now. I'm glad I'm here now after the 1980s and all that stuff, where all the prohibitions and keeping stuff illegal and all that mess. Thank you that my mentor Hugh Hefner had already been around fighting with the sexual revolution to make things a lot more open and a lot more understanding, to where I can exist sitting here right now today talking about companion dolls. So man, it's been an evolution. And Matt McMullen, like I say, I got a lot of respect for that guy, and I can't wait to meet him, and I know I will meet him very soon. Very soon. Next, in 2005, and of course we know other stuff has happened between there, but we just gonna take the eventual route, and we're gonna just take the line. 2005, a Japanese company begins renting out what they call Dutch wives. And Dutch wives is the Japanese term for a high quality silicone companion doll. By the end of 2005, the Japanese company Forest Dolls had over 40 shops nationwide. So he said the hourly rental rate in 2005 was 13 yen an hour, or $146 an hour. Man, it said wigs and costumes were also available to rent. So they were making a killing over there from people who were willing to go their route. And at that time, I've always said, man, why would you rent a doll when you could just buy one? But if dolls weren't as readily available in 2005, maybe people feel like that was the route they wanted to go, just renting them out for the time being. But I always said, man, that's a route that I wouldn't have went. I would have waited till I could buy one on my own. Excuse me, guys. A couple of years later, Lars and the Real Girl comes out. I never saw it until this past few months ago. I never even knew it was about a companion dog. It was a story about a man in a relationship with a companion dog. It was nominated for an Oscar for a screenplay, written by Nancy Oliver. It was written by a woman. Amazing. Also in 2007, the sexual audio system is invented. A Japanese company adds an MP3 player attached to a built-in pressure sensor in the chest of its companion dolls. It takes four AAA batteries. The dolls also come with real pubic hair and detachable heads. I think that's pretty cool because it's sort of like the precursor to what Real Doll is doing, because Real has this Real Bodics thing where, like you say, I forgot what it's called when it goes in the vagina, but you can put it inside the vagina, or they have a sensor inside the removable vagina to where if you touch it and you hook up to the application, the doll will actually react to you touching it. I've commented on it before because I did a video called on Real Doll X. My thing is, it still sounds like a cheap porno or something, but for some people, they may really like it. But I believe this sex audio system is pretty much a precursor to that. Next, in 2009, I thought this was interesting because I didn't know when exactly it was. But in 2009, the first male sex doll was made. And look who was up to trouble again. The doggone Germans make the first male android companion doll named Nax. It has an automatically soaring penis. Whoa, that's crazy. And artificial automatic ejaculation. What? That's crazy. I don't know. I feel like this is the first time I'm reading this. You know what? I think it is, because I'm going to tell you what. When I was doing this research, I saw this down here, but I'm sorry. I think I did the guy thing, and I just didn't want to read about it. And now that I'm forced to read about it, I'm blown away. Like, it cost $10,000 in 2009, and I'm blown away because when I see all these male companion dolls, you see the penis that you attach onto the doll. I'm just blown away that they actually got one that actually gets an ejaculation on its own. Now that's crazy. They say he's bald or something. I haven't seen the picture. I might have to look him up later just to see what the hell. They say he looks like a failed Cirque du Soleil performer. They made a joke about him. I'll probably try to look that up later. That's one thing I didn't see during my research. Now, the last thing I have here, because everything else is pretty much carrying history, we done got to 2010. Guess what? I really started getting into dolls at about 2012. So by 2010, the modern sex doll was known by now, what we actually have. They've only been improving it since then. But in 2010, the first companion doll with a customizable personality was created. At the Adult Entertainment Expo in Las Vegas, Doug Hines, the owner and designer for something called True Companion, revealed Roxy. She cost a mere $7,000 and reacts to tactile and verbal stimulation. Personalities range from Wild Wendy, an outgoing party girl, to Frigid Pharaoh, the shy librarian type. Her interests can be modified according to the owner's conversation preferences. That's cool. For example, no, I don't think you're weird at all. You're cute and hot and whoa. Oh, that's funny. They sort of tried to make a joke about what the girl would say. They said the girl would be like, no, I don't think you're weird at all. You're cute and totally normal. And of course, you could get a real woman if you wanted to. You're just too busy being rich and powerful. Also, you should buy me lots of sexy friends. What's your credit card number? That's funny. They tried to make a joke like that, but guess what? Why they joking? That's exactly how I feel. Look, hey, I love my companion dolls. I imagine them loving me. And guess what? They right. I want more. And you know what? I think I remember hearing something about this before, but I have never seen it. I'm going to have to look this up. This is another thing I must have skipped over during my research. And I hate to even admit that, but they said it was a Sarah Palin doll, companion doll, released in 2010 as well. It was marketed as, this is not Sarah Palin, inflatable look. I was an inflatable doll, so they don't get sued. When now Sarah Palin, I promise you, in her prime, she was a fine woman. I had seen her getting older; she didn't look quite as good, but I bet she'd have an amazing companion dog. To be quite honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you. So, with all that said, that pretty much wraps up the history of companion dogs. We'll leave it with the Sarah Palin dog, but for me, the true end probably came with 09 with the first male. No, actually with 2010 with the first customizable personality. So that was a very, very interesting timeline. And just to give a rundown for the whole timeline, just a recap. In 8 AD, the first companion dog story was told. Ovid wrote a poem about, it was called Metamorphosis, about a guy named Pygmalion. He created a statue named Galatea. He became in love with her. Aphrodite came down, turned her into a real woman. He married her. Lived happily ever after, making love day in, day out. 11th to 12th century, the introduction of touching naked stones was encouraged. From the 11th to 12th century, all these naked carvings of women was on the outside of churches and things of that nature. People went to touch them, and they said they released healing power. And I say, honestly, companion dogs today release healing power. When you hug them, you sure feel a lot more healed on the inside than you did before you did it. Than you did before you hugged them. In the 15th to 17th century, the first companion dogs at sea were introduced. And they were called Dame de Voyage by the French, Dame de Voyage, Dame de Vinge by the Spanish, and Siemensbraut by the Germans. These dogs were made out of cloth, and by the 17th century, they were made by leather, and they were traded to the Japanese by the Dutch in the 17th century. 1941, the Nazis invented the modern companion dog. That's right, good old Heinrich Himmler of the SS. And I ain't saying good old because I like him. I'm just calling him by his name. He introduced what they called the Borghild Field Hygiene Project. And it was a way to stop soldiers from coming down with STDs during war. And it was more secret. They said it was more secret than top secret, baby. And they didn't want to make the face too pretty because they didn't want the soldiers to be falling in love with the dogs outside of war. So even the doctors, Dr. Hanussen and Dr. T, I call him, Franz T, they both agreed that, hey, guess what? You can fall in love with these dogs. And his name was, I can try his name. His dog was named, he was a technician more than a doctor, but his name was Franz Schackert. I just say that. That's the best I can come close to it. Later, Borghild, the final product of the German dog was Borghild, a Type B. It was completed in September 41, baby. Then, in 1968, the United States made it legal to sell sex devices. And so companion dogs started making blow-up companion dogs started making an appearance in magazines. 75, The Steps for Wives premiered. It was a film about a guy living in Stepford, Connecticut, married to the perfect robot wives. Something else happened. 1980, blow-up dogs were available in most adult shops in the United States, and nobody knows who the original inventor of the blow-up dog was. Also in 1980, the first companion bot was invented by a company called Sex Objects Ltd., named 36C for obvious reasons. She had a 16-bit microprocessor voice synthesizer. 85, the term gynoid was controlled. The term gynoid was coined. Basically, the term that describes a female robot. Make sure I ain't missing nothing. Then you come down to 95. An inflatable sex sheet was sold. It was supposed to be a gag, hopefully, but it was notable. A fully anatomically correct companion sheet was sold. 1996, my man Matt McMullen. Hey, Real Dog was officially on the map. They made the first realistic companion dog. It was Matt McMullen at age 29 years old. Hey, started the company Real Dog, one of the most prominent companies in the world. one of the most real dolls that you can buy on the market. And they started about 6,500. Some models, even today, start at 10,000 and go up to 20,000 or more. And so they were featured in this film called Lars and the Real Girl, which really blew up the company. Then you had a Japanese company began to rent out what they call Dutch wives, is basically a term for high quality silicone dolls. In 2005, by the end of the year, it was 40 companies nationwide. The hourly rental rate was 13 yen or $146 an hour. And you had to pay for wigs and costumes. Then in 2007, Lars and the Real Girl came out. I never saw it until recently. It was a companion doll movie written by a woman, believe it or not, written by a woman. And like I say, some of it I liked, some of it I didn't. 2007, also, an audio system was developed for companion dolls, I guess to allow them to breathe and things of that nature. It took 4 AAA batteries, and dolls came with real pubic hair and detachable heads. In 2009, the first male doll was made, first male companion doll was made. Germans make the first android doll, male companion doll. It was named Nax, and it had a working penis. It could actually rise up on its own and have an artificial ejaculation. It started at $10,000. Crazy, man. And then in 2010, the first doll with a customizable personality. AI was really taking a step up. It was available in 2010. Her name was Roxy. It was revealed by a company called True Companion. Doug Hines was the owner. She costed $7,000. And it was like 2 or 3 different versions you could have. She could be a wild Wendy, or outgoing party girl, frigid Pharaoh, and a shy librarian type. And lastly, they came out with the Sarah Palin doll in 2010. That's really irrelevant, in my opinion. People just threw that in there because Sarah Palin was a relevant woman. But I said if it was a real companion doll, it would. Now, we make a move to the comments on my videos, back to the live stream, and we calling it a wrap, baby. So, now I'm finna clean up with some of these videos, comments I had on my videos, man. I'm finna have some fun with these and see exactly where I ended up at. Because it was like a page and a half left, if I remember correctly. Yep, here it is, right here. It was a page and a half left. And I got a mirror coming up. Finally got me a female comment coming up. So, Amira Baker. I just love having good old Amira around. And so, I did a Reset Sunday recently. And it was called Refresh Your Spirit. I was just saying how, man, every day you wake up, you got to say, hey, Lord, I'm coming against all negative things. I'm choosing to be positive. I'm choosing to be happy today. Because if you just wake up and let life happen, it's going to be all type of stuff that happen to piss you off. You know, something happened to me this week. Right after I said that prayer. And I made a mistake. I'm just saying it was something that wasn't very good. But, man, I couldn't even get mad because I pray this prayer every day. So, like, even though my natural body was like, you're supposed to be mad about this, get mad. My spirit was like, hey, bro, if God in control, what would you get upset about? Why are you getting upset? And that all happened because on a daily basis, I wake up protecting my spirit. And that's what I was saying. You got to refresh your spirit. You got to ask for forgiveness for the day before, refresh your spirit for the new day. So when negative stuff happens, you will not blow your top and pull a Will Smith. And so Amira Baker said, keep the plaque off your spirit. Because that's one of the things I said. She said, love Reset Sundays. I felt that motivation. I'm so happy that you felt it, Amira Baker. You know, back when I was dating human women, that was something I was good for, making human women feel. I'm just joking. You make me laugh. But now I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, she said something else too. I already addressed it. It was on Smack Talk. She said that I'm gonna address it again though. She said Amir Baker said something else. She said, excuse me. I don't see it though. It's right here. Where you at, woman? Oh, okay. Oh, no, she said that on a quick run. I said that on the wrong thing. But she had missed the show because she said she fell asleep on a quick run. That was my Saturday stream. And she said, it's all good. I'm playing it back, and the topics are really funny. Funny. From the contest to the Jack show. She said, from the contest to the Jack show. So she was really laughing at it. I appreciate you, Amira. You know I'm sending my love. I appreciate you for going back and listening to that show on Saturday. It was my Saturday live stream once again. Cheng Long coming in on a quick run as well. And that live stream, it was a lot. I was talking about that whole Anna saga with a marinated vagina and stuff like that. But Cheng Long just made a quick comment. He said, when a human girl is totally gorgeous, people always say she's such a doll. And he was just basically making a joke saying, hey, it's funny how I guess they sort of make fun about us having dolls, but when they look pretty, they call them a doll. So I thought that was a trip. Kevin Gray commented on my video, refresh your spirit. What did he say? He said something good. Let's see. Okay. On refresh your spirit, Kevin Gray said, love it. Got to get that spirit right. He said, great message and right on time. He's so right. Hey, every day you got to get your spirit right first, or the day is going to get it wrong. The day is going to get it wrong. So you got to get your spirit right. Fear Feline said on that same video on Refresh Your Spirit, he said, Guru Hefner is he made me laugh. He said, Guru. He said, Guru Hefner is a lifesaver. Reset Sunday is the best. Once again, you may be an atheist, non-religious, whatever. Reset Sunday exists to get you encouraged. Even if you believe exactly what I believe or not, it's just there to get you encouraged, get some juice, get some energy, get some positive fluids going through your body. So I appreciate your fear. And Bonnie M says something. Now this a woman that's been replying on some of my things. And I was glad to a lot of things she just made a little short comment on, but she made a couple of comments that I want to say something about. What did she say? She said, Bonnie M replied on my video, share your life. She said, I wish I were lucky like you. Everything with a period behind it. Now, I don't really know what she means. Like, because she can get a companion doll and be like me. But maybe she's saying, hey, lucky just because on Share Your Life, I was just talking about, hey, man, share your life with these girls. Do things with them. Like, you know, whatever your hobby is, have them around you. It ain't just about making love to them. And she was like, I wish I were lucky like you. So I'm like, well, you can get a doll if you wanted one. But maybe she's saying, hey, I just wish I had a companion like you. And if that's the case, you can have that too, Bunny. Stay confident. Don't be down on yourself. Look, live your life. Focus on what you love, and the right person will walk into your life eventually. And guess what? With humans, it's not ever guaranteed to last forever. But guess what? You'll meet somebody for a time until it's time to meet somebody else. So it's happiness out there for you. Don't think it's not. Bonnie M also commented on another video about my mom. It looked like Mother of the Dog King. Yep. She said something on Mother of the Dog King. She said, your mother is so beautiful. So are your girls. And I appreciate you. Thank you for that compliment about my mom. I really appreciate that. I'm sure she does too. She watches the show. Then Bunny says, she goes on to say something else. Oh, she said you should do long videos. And I did want to address that. Bunny said you should do long videos. What I want to say about that is I literally do videos according to my spirit. Now, it's some thing that they say on YouTube where, hey, if you do a certain amount of minutes, you can stuff commercials into your video. Well, right now, I'm not trying to stuff commercials into my video. Yeah, I want to make a living. This is what I want to do for a life, you know, my life, helping people, you know, being immersed into this business, being immersed into this whole being immersed into this whole lifestyle and helping people along the way. But I told you, I truly have a passion and love for this, and I'm not going to just do stuff fake. Let's just say I got a 4-minute video that comes out of my spirit naturally. I'm not going to stretch that out to an 8-minute video trying to, oh, I got to make commercials sticking here. Nope. That wasn't in my spirit. That's me trying to do stuff based off money. Nope. I'm doing stuff based off my spirit. And as far as it shows, some things just don't need to be expounded on no more than I've said. And I sort of just go with my spirit on those. But I appreciate you because that means that you want to see more of me. And I love you for that. I'm just saying, you know, I ain't out here just trying to tweak the system. I'm out here just trying to produce videos according to what my heart says I should produce and staying just true to myself. But I appreciate you wanting them to be longer. Edmond Dantes. He said something on my video called Robot America. I had so much fun doing that video, compiling stats and things of that nature. Just looking at that video and how people were answering. But what did he say? Edmond Dantes says, Kai got me like Callie got you. She's my girl. Just gets more finer with time. It's so funny. I was getting Callie packed up to go to my grandmama's house the other day. I didn't film any of this. I told you, I go out with Callie and stuff. Everything ain't on camera. Sometimes I just live with my life because I just want her with me. I just want her with me. It don't got nothing to do with the show. I love the show and I love sharing my life with you. But sometimes, like, what happened was I already had put a show out that day. And then I already had a show for what I want to do the next day. And what we were doing wasn't enough really for me to just, I said, I don't want to shoot a video about this. I just want her with me. So she was just with me. But I was telling my grandma, I was looking at Callie right now and looking at her older pictures. And I promise you, her face looks more alive. That's what I tell you, man. It's like plants. When you put love into them, they grow. I know you're saying it's TPE, silicone, whatever. Jay, you don't know what you're talking about? That's fine. I understand. This is me being serious with you. I believe this. I believe that sinking good vibes into your girls make them better. True enough, you got to bathe them. You got to wash them. You got to put love into them and take care of them. Just like when you're cooking food, you got to put love in it and it's going to taste better. But you can't tell me that speaking good and showing my girls love is not helping them look better. You can't tell me that. I believe that's something I truly believe. What else? Something coming up next. Oh, who is this? Look, I don't even know what name that is. And I wrote it down. Who is that? I wrote that name terrible. It was Kevin Gray. He commented on my Robot America video, and he said, what up? Good to see you and Miss Electric Blue. And all I said to him was, hell yeah, my friend, good to hear from you as well. And I just wrote that down because I was laughing because, hey, he basically was just greeting me, right? And I was like, you know what? Sometimes, hey, that's all you got to say. Hey, I'm happy to see y'all too, baby. Hey, so when he said, what up, it just had me laughing because I'm like, hey, I'm glad to see you too, just like I was glad to see everybody. Got what? 1, 2, 3. We got about 7 more questions left. Pipe Along. He made a comment on my video on Robot America. He said, man, those are some damn good statistics you got there. Most folks would say they wouldn't. Basically, most folks would say they wouldn't want to have nothing to do with these companion dogs or robots. But we all know, he said, we all know most of them damn well would. Guess what? Even if it ain't most, it's a lot. And he said, great video, Dog King. Thank you, Piper. And once again, I can't remember the exact people that did that survey, but it was about almost 3,300 people that did that survey. So it wasn't millions of people or anything like that. But it was people from North America. And of course, when you have surveys like that, like they said, the survey may not even be all the way 1,000,000%, because even people that choose to do the survey, it may be coming from a certain group of people. They don't know. But I tell you this, even though it's a small sample size, I still think it's 100% true. Like Piper said, a lot of the people out here saying, you're crazy for being with that doll or having a doll. Oh, I would never touch a robot. And quiet in the back of their mind, they said, man, I would try it out just to see what it's like. They thinking about it. A lot of these people that's getting sick of their girlfriends and wives, yep, they thinking about it, but they ain't finna tell their coworker or friend. But when they take a survey, yeah, they'll let the cat out the bag. So yeah, Piper, it's more people that'll do it that won't. I mean, I said that wrong. I ain't saying there's more people that will do it that won't, but it's more people that will do it that let on, that would let on to want to do it. There's more people out there that want to do it than let on to want to do it. I finally said it right. Big J, he commented on my video called A Good Workout. And that was a video, and it's something that many dog, I forgot to say that in the video, it's something many dog owners have said. But it had hit me real good the other day, because even on some of my other videos, when I've talked about Saima and stuff, people are like, man, it's a good workout, good workout, good workout, good workout. It's something that all dog owners pretty much know. With your dog, nobody wants to always pick up 150 pounds or 70, 80 pounds all the time. It's a labor. Like I said, it's really a labor of love. It's really a labor. But let me get to this comment before I expound on it. It's really a labor of love picking your girl up. But, excuse me. But it's also a good workout by default. It's also a good workout by default. Excuse me. So what did I say to him? I laughed because he said, Big J say, on a good workout, he say, love weight. That's a good phrase. I don't know if you ever heard that before, but love weight is a term that's known by a lot of people. It's basically when you get in love with somebody, you get into a deep relationship, look, you start working out as much, y'all start eating together, because guess what? You in love, you ain't out there trying to look fine and stuff for the single masses. You got your girl at home, and women do it as well. They got their man at home. They start getting out of shape, might stop doing their hair, all type of stuff. And men complain about that. Don't let yourself slip. Well, us men slip too, right? And get a little love weight sometime. And that's what I was saying. I actually had gained a few pounds recently. It's coming off of me now. But over the last couple of weeks, I had gained a few pounds. And whenever I would go pick my girls up, even with the extra pounds, I would still feel my muscles flexing, my abs and my arms and things of that nature. And whenever I lose weight, it's like with all the work that I do, doing sit-ups and stuff, whenever I start losing weight, you will see that your muscles are forming under that fat. And whenever you get to the muscle, it's going to start popping out easy if you've been doing any work. So whenever I pick up the girls and feel myself flexing, feeling my abs and stuff, I'm like, you know what? It's going to all pay off, even though it's a labor of love. Like I said, nobody jumps to want to pick up 80 and 90 pounds. But I just thought that video was really cool, because you got some people who don't do anything, who just live a sedentary lifestyle, who have done nothing but sit on the couch. Well, even though having a companion dog might not, like I said in the video, might not get you in full shape, it's better than doing the nothing that you used to do. That's what I mean. And when you own one, unless you just a triflingest joker in the world and you don't take care of your girls at all, you're going to have to move them around frequently. And so it gives you some reason to get your butt off the couch and flex your muscles a little bit. So even if you still are overweight and not looking like you should, you're still in better shape than you normally would be just by moving your companion doll around. So that's why I did that whole video. Next, we got Rock Good. He made a comment on Robot America. What did he say? Rock Good said, he just said interesting video. And like I say, that video was definitely interesting. It just basically showed the position of how, even if it wasn't the masses, even if it was a small sample size, I believe you can just sort of guesstimate that it's a lot of people out there that are interested in this lifestyle, but are just scared to say so. Next, we got Jermaine Melton. He said something on my good workout video. I forgot it. It looked like I forgot a comment that I'm gonna go back and say something on. But Jermaine Melton said on my a good workout, same by moving the dolls around. He said, "Man, yes. When I was moving my doll around, I was thinking that you have to be in some kind of good shape to possess one. Yes, you get a good workout." He said, "I also noticed that I have to wear back support when lifting the doll. They are heavy. I don't have to wear a back support, but you do have to be," and I didn't say this in the video because I've said it before, but I should have said it then. You have to be very, very safe with moving these dolls at all times. Take your time, go slow, 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 slow. I've said it too many times. Go slow, slow, slow. Move stuff out of your way before you think about picking them up. But they are a nice workout. If you do need a back support, use it. And honestly, even the lighter dolls, I don't have a mini doll, a doll like 140 centimeters or lower. I would love to have a smaller doll one day, but my dolls right now are, I think they were like 156. And here's the deal. They still heavy. Even Callie, they're 70 pounds, still some weight now. It's still weight. So he right. They are heavy. They are a chore. But if you don't do nothing, like I said in the video, they'll give you something to do. Carol Rush said something on my video, Heat Her Up. What did she say? She said, "Hey Jay, I'm new to your channel, and you and your girls are awesome. They're so pretty. You treat them so well. Thank you for sharing." Thank you, Carol. And I try to treat them as good as I can. Oh, shook the screen a little bit. I treat them as good as I can. And I appreciate you for joining the channel. We love you. Another woman in the house. And I can't say enough about that. Ain't nothing like having another human vagina as part of the family. So I appreciate you, Carol. We send our love to you as I sent you in the message. I got a couple of things I got to clean up right quick. And one of them is, let me see. Look like I missed one by my guy. It was something Dodge said that I wanted to comment on. I don't know how I forgot it. But I'm finna catch up to it right about now. Where is it at? Can't find it right now. Oh, there you go. He said something on this one, I think. Okay. I appreciated this from Dawes. DAS. Once again, this guy is a major, look, him, Blue CCG, Sane, guy used to stop in here all the time. I think it was Mike. Was it Mike? But anybody that has been contributing, I love you. I appreciate you. And Dodge is a major contributor, but he said, "I can listen to you all day, man. I appreciate that." He said, "I do while I'm driving. I'm a truck driver." He said, "So you are inadvertently helping the supply chain and you don't even know it." That made me feel good because even when I was at work, I used to listen to a lot of sports radio shows and stuff like that, right? And they used to get me through my day. And even before I left my job, I used to listen to a lot of spiritual stuff. And man, it makes me feel good to know somebody can throw my show on while they working and get them through their damn day for a change. And so he said, you keep me awake and entertained doing work. He said, my favorite shows are the live streams and the adventure videos where you take the dogs outside. And he said, you've been putting in work this week. Thank you, man. He said, so here's a tip. He said, check your PayPal, brother. That's why I say, man, he contributes. I appreciate this guy. Now, this is one thing I wanted to address him on. Once again, on a quick run, man, I don't want to go through the whole story again, but it was a whole big thing that happened on the Jack show where I was having fun with Anna. One time I was having fun with her, telling her she needs to smell her own vagina and get back to me and let me know how it smelled. She never would answer the question. She ran like it's the scared little woman she is. She the scared Princess Leia to my Black Han Solo, because that's all I was saying during that live stream, having fun. But Anna fine, she a sexy little woman from what I seen, cute and all that stuff. But all the stuff I was talking to her about wasn't trying to hit on her. I just want to let that know. Let that be known. Because he ended up saying, because he was referring to everything that happened on a quick run, a stream that I talked about the Jack show, I talked about the conspiracy, because on one of their shows, it was a fun stream that I did because I wasn't coming at them really seriously. I was having fun picking apart some of the things that they got wrong. Just like I do when the Truly Show did a show on me and I came and picked apart some of the things they did wrong. That's sort of really what I did on a quick run about the Jack show. But he was saying how I was picking apart what they were saying, and I think he even might have got the idea that I'm just in love with Anna. And I even said in the stream, Thana, as I call her, make no mistake, is in love with me, the Black Han Solo. She got a man. I'm not her type. She like a muscle man. I'm not a muscle man. She like dudes only 5'9" or shorter. I'm 6 foot tall. Hey, I don't even know if she date men of a darker pigment. But I know one thing. All that don't matter. Because I'm the Black Han Solo. The scoundrel that doesn't need her. So with all that said, I think he got the idea that I want her. So he was like, Daz was like, hit Anna up on the Jack show and go on get it over with. He said, hit it. And you'll quickly realize chicks aren't worth it. I'm going to stop right there. DS, I love you, and I appreciate all your contributions. But you do have to realize who you're talking to. And believe me, I realize that the human game ain't worth it, or I wouldn't be where I am. See, don't get this confused, Daz. I don't know where you are in your life all the way. But I take human vagina. I ain't like some of these dogs. Oh, I won't never, ever. You can give me human vagina. I don't want to take it. No, I take it. I'm just not after it. I told you, it smells good and it can be very good. It can be very good. So I take it. I'm just not after it. So if Anna was to ever give me some of that sweet nectar, and I hope it is sweet, she'd literally have to knock my door down. Now, when you got a woman that's attracted like Anna, it's not even in women's nature to talk to men anyway. So that's probably not going to happen for a while. I'm the Black Han Solo, so she can't resist me. So she, it would probably happen down in the future sometime, but I'm never chasing Anna or any other woman for that matter. I'm, like you said, I'm happy where I am. Me and my brother had this talk the other day, and I know he didn't mean this seriously. I think it just slipped out of his mouth. But we was talking and stuff about whatever. And he was like, yeah, man, because I know you probably still want a relationship. I was like, whoa, bro. I said, bro, you watch my channel enough. And he was like, he sort of caught himself because I know he didn't really mean it like that, but I still had to let him know. I said, bro, just to let you know. Because I think it's still people out there that don't know. This ain't fake. I ain't faking happy so people can jump into this lifestyle. Man, when I say I'm happy, I'm at the pinnacle of happiness, meaning that I don't need anything else to supplement. Like I say, if a girl come in and give me human vagina, I take it because I know it's good. I take it. But I pleasure myself right now. And I don't miss anything. Because after I pleasure myself, I get with my girls, and they perform all the other jobs that a human woman would. They're here for my companionship. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not over here desiring a woman, dog. like I say, I'm not denying if Anna see this. I always say she fine, she sexy, I like her, she nice. I've had, keep in mind, I've had some bad women before. You know, so it ain't like Anna blowing my head off to where that, like, no offense, and I love you, but I wouldn't be saying, oh man, that's the finest woman I never had in my history. No, I wouldn't be saying all of that. I've had some bad women before. All I'm saying is she wouldn't be getting kicked out of my bed. She can give it to me, but I ain't chasing her down. Like you said, go and get it over with. It ain't nothing to get over with, because I'm already happy. I ain't chasing her down. No. So then he said, being in and out of so many relationships before I got into the dog game. Same here, bro. That's why I say, now, DAS, I do want you to make sure you do listen to that stream, because you do listen to my streams and I love you. With all your contributions, I love you. I love you, I do. So listen to that stream. You may hear me joking about Anna, but you'll hear me telling you at every turn that if anything, she want me. It ain't me wanting her. As far as chase, like I said, I ain't saying she don't look good, but I'm not chasing her down. I'm not trying to talk to her. Guarantee you. It ain't one DM she gonna find with my name on it. I guarantee you. He said, love my dog way more than any human chick. I've said that a many times. Callie, this girl, the one sitting right next to me, I will say this with all honesty. I have never loved a human woman as much, I'm talking about relationship-wise, as I have Callie. He said, human chicks drain my resources. They drain every man's resources, because even if you ain't spending money on them wildly, if you just taking them on dates, they draining your resources. He said, money, and a big thing is emotional energy. Even when you got a good relationship, it's an emotional drain. Listen to what I say. Even in a good relationship, it's an emotional drain. He said, please. He said, plus I don't have to worry about them cheating on me while I'm on the road. All of that is true. And you know, I agree with all of that, DAs. Only thing I addressed that statement for is I have no idea where you got from the live stream that that I feel like I need to accomplish getting Thana so I can be happy. I'm the guy giving people advice to go get vagina so they can be happy. Because I love me some Thana. Believe me, she foreign. But I'm 1,000,000% happy without any Thanas. Go look at my video that says even a Thana can't win. Because the truth is, even a Thana can't win, at least in my book. So I got a couple more, and we're going to be out of chill. And the next one is my guy, Heavy Maltese. He used to be in the Discord that I have. Man, I can't lie. I've been working on this song. I can't wait till this song get out. I just, I just can't, you know what I'm saying? I've been having some recording problems. That's really what it is, trying to get it to just sound. And, I'm not I don't do rap for a living. So I don't have all the equipment and all that type of stuff. I'm really doing some bootleg stuff over here, baby. So to do the bootleg stuff, it's just sort of hard to make it get it to sound halfway decent, but I ain't gonna try to wait till it's Grammy worthy. I'm gonna get it when it sounds halfway decent. I will publish it, and I'm hoping I can get it out Friday, Saturday. I hope I can get it out this weekend. If not, it'll be next week. But I said that all to say, Heavy Maltese, he was in my old Discord group, and this is what he says. I have a 120-pound dog, and he made a comment on my video, a good workout. He said, I have a 120-pound dog, a 6 to 8 pound dog, and a 38-pound dog. The 120-pound dog, I have no idea how the hell he even owns the dog that weighs that much. A 120-pound dog is basically 200 pounds in my book. 6 to 8 pound dog, that's about 80 pounds. 38-pound dog, that's about 60-some pounds. So either way, he said, I move them at least once a day. As an above 50-year-old, stop calling yourself 50, even though that's what you might be. Start calling yourself younger so you can start feeling younger. He said, it definitely keeps me in shape. He said, you have seen the pictures of my dog when you had your Discord, so I know it's true. Let me let you know something, bro. God bless you. I love you, and I appreciate you for being, because you was a really good guy in that Discord. You really were. I say that. But just like I told you, one of the things that I'm really good at doing now is being like a guy in a Bible called Paul. One thing he does is forget the past and look forward to the future. Man, I don't remember a damn thing I seen in that Discord. I remember the pictures, but I don't remember what they look like. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember. Hey, it's in the past. So with all that said, you got a lot of heavy lifting going on, my friend. A lot of heavy lifting, but I know it's gonna keep you in amazing shape. But especially with that 120, oh my God, keep on bumping the screen. Especially with that 120-pound girl, please be careful, bro. One wrong move and you could be in some serious trouble. Now, that was the last comment, and I'm coming back to my live stream. But I had a last minute comment, and it was wither and liberal. That's what I said this morning when I first clicked on. He laughed because he said on my video, a good workout. I never seen you carry one before. And I'm like, what? Whether how you ain't never seen that? Because, well, you, once again, everybody ain't seen every one of my videos, so I can't expect people to see that. But even on one of my music videos that I did, I showed myself carrying the girl. I showed myself carrying the girl on that Truly video that they just did. I did a video on Saima, just on her alone, where I think it's called Picking Up Saima or something like that. So it's several times where you'll see me picking the girls up. And I've gotten to be a master at it, to be honest with you. You know, just the way I pick them up, it works for me. A lot of people do this fireman carry stuff and all that. I don't do all that because, let me tell you, I don't take a chance on hurting my girl's fingers or anything. Over my back, I can't see her hands. Her finger could get shoved into my back or the wall or no. I keep them right there where I can see them and direct them. So with all that said, that's all the comments from all of my videos from the previous week. That's all of the all the history on Companion Dogs. We finished that whole timeline. If you just tuned in, we finished all of that. I did a history on Companion Dogs, brought them all the way from 8 AD all the way up until now. Then I answered questions from my videos. I had been answering questions from my live stream, and now we'll get ready to wrap things up by coming back to this live stream and see what the hell been going on. Ray Alvera says, oh, last thing he said was, my guy Piper Long living at Vamp Life. Chris P. Bacon said, Jay, I got arrested. I didn't know how. He said, I didn't know it was a dog going in public is legal. It's not. I don't know what I don't know where you are. It ain't illegal where I live. It ain't illegal, man. If you go out there with it butt naked, though. Now, that's where you're going to find some trouble. Like any other human woman, what they can't say nothing to you, bro. What can they say? If a little girl can bring her doll outside dressed up, I can bring my doll outside. But mine is my girlfriend. It's my true companion. And when I tell people that, I don't get no problems. I know you could just be joking, but I'm just saying, hey, man, look, if you did get arrested, you need to move. Ray Alvera say, hey, I'm out of here. My boy's been great. Oh, that was an hour ago. See you, Ray. Hey, I hope everything good for you, bro. If you check back in, love you. I thank you for your support. Science says, not everyone has a vision. Most people are scared of going against the grain. Man, that's true. Not everybody has a vision. Most people are scared of going against the grain. But guess what? That's why, I'm here, to try to give people encouragement to go against the grain if they so feel that in their spirit. Comic Book says, hell, J. King. What up, Comic Book? Redmond says, I'm back. Had to get some stuff done. Glad you're back, Red. He said, I'm just looking at dogs from other vendors. Oh, yeah, I already know. He said he want a CST Joy White BB doll. I really do. You know what? I can't wait to do a show on Joy White BB doll. They have some very nice looking dolls, but I promise you, I have never done a deep dive because I'm waiting to do my show on them. But I can't wait to take a look at them a little more seriously. Oh, Edmund, no, Edmund. Edmund says, I'm going crazy of thinking of a name for my WM doll. Jay, what do you think? First of all, don't ever get the advice from another man on the actual name of your girl. I've seen people do it online where they ask people to poll and send them a lot of names in, and then they choose one. But for me, man, I just think it's just a personal thing. And I always say this, I don't know how spiritual you are, but I pray on it for one, or for two. Like a lot of stuff just has something to do with things I love. Cali, I love California. When I found out she was coming from California, that's what her name was, Cali. I love the sun in California, Cali's son. Saima, it was this girl I had a crush on at work, and she was my first dog. I really don't think I'd ever do another one of my dogs like that, but I like her name. But it was this girl named Saima, had a crush on her, named her Saima. I was watching Naruto at the time, gave her the last name Uzumaki, and it's crazy. I had been seeing some girl on Facebook with the middle name Renee, and for whatever reason, I like that middle name. So her name became Saima Renee Uzumaki. Asuna, it was the girl off of anime called Sword Art Online, named Asuna. And so I named her Asuna. And I came up with Moon. And then Tsunade was a girl off of Naruto, another anime I like. Tsunade. And then Storm. Tsunade Starman. That was a name that I came up with just to make it sound right, because I didn't want the girls to have a full name off of an anime. And so later on, Tsunade formed into Secretary Tsunade because her personality started forming. Whereas with you, I would think about maybe girls that I had a crush on that I never got. They could be superstars or normal girls. I think about shows that I like, cartoons, fantasies. I think about all these things. And hopefully you will get a unique name that may just pop in your head. Because I got like the name of my next 5 to 6 dolls, I already got them in my head and on paper. They're already in my head. I know what I want them to look like and everything. So, with all that said, I can't help you, but I can send you in a certain direction. Redmond says, I might become a CDL driver, Jay. What do you think of trucking? People can be rich and get a lot of dollars. You can bring the dog with you too. Travel. I think, you know what? I think it's a good occupation, but it's one that could be going extinct soon because they getting all these, they investigating all these cars driving by themselves with robot drivers. I can't lie. It was a guy that got it on the Henna Hotel on that video I did. He made a real good comment. He said, you know what? People need to start doing more jobs that got something to do with their brain, man, because the way the world going, a lot of these physical jobs are going to start getting taken. But that ain't why I said that. I want to say this. I think being a driver is one of the best jobs you can have as far as physical type labor or something like that. Because it's not really physical labor, you're just driving, but it's something you're doing with your physical body. But I say this, it's not a job I would suggest to anybody that doesn't love driving, not like driving, not cool with driving around the corner. If you don't love driving, I would not suggest you do that. Because even if you jump in and is excited at first, you're going to get sick of that job. And I ain't going to lie, that's a job you don't need to be getting sick of because you're going to be out in the street and it's going to, one wrong move, you can cause some major damage. But even if you got a CDL, man, like you can drive a little snack truck. My new dude, he said he drove a snack truck for 20-something years, man, made a good little living, and so that's something you could do and you be local. But if you driving cross country with a girl, if I could not be a truck driver today, because I definitely have a girl with me, I'd have me a silicone girl with me. But I would hate being a truck driver that drove cross country because I would not want to be leaving my girls for 5 and 6 days, 5 and 6 day stretches at a time. Not like that. But I do think it's a good occupation. But if I was a trucker, I promise you, I probably wouldn't have more than 1 or 2 girls because I wouldn't want to be leaving one girl at home, for 5 and 6 days. I don't know if I like that. But one, she'd stay with me. I told this one guy, he was married though. He was a truck driver. And he was like, man, I want to get a dollar and drive around with it. He's like, but I don't want to tell my wife. And I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna never advise nobody not to tell their girlfriend or wife. Man, that's something you need to tell people. Because I sort of said that in one of my videos about keeping secrets, as a matter of fact. I'm like, hey, that ain't nothing you want to keep secret, man. You want to go and get that out on the table. And he was like, yeah, I could hide my doll in my truck. And I'm like, nah, bro. I said, nah. For one, even with a silicone doll, if you're just leaving her in your truck in an unregulated temperature, it's going to be too many hots and colds for me to just leave your doll in the truck full time. So I wouldn't want to do that. And if you're in that position, I wouldn't do that. But if you cool with letting your mate know and you're a truck driver, I say, man, having a companion doll is almost a necessity. And if you're a single man, it ain't nowhere in hell I'd be traveling across the country without my damn companion doll. Hell, you know, I even told my brother, he got a big truck, and he talking about doing a little traveling. It ain't really his thing. You know, if y'all go look at the Brother of the Dog, I don't know if I named the Brother of the Dog King or not. But it was a video I did with my brother some months ago. And he was saying how, you know, it really ain't his thing. But if he get to traveling, I told him, hell, man, you might want a companion dog with you. I'm telling you, it ain't nothing like it. Yeah, some people gonna look at him crazy like me, and they might try to talk about him, be like, man, your brother went crazy with a companion dog, now you got one. But guess what? When you driving in that car and ain't nobody around, you're gonna be happy as hell you got it. I promise you. The upkeep will be a little different though. That's the only thing about, you know, if you driving around, you know, you got to be careful about how you upkeep them. Especially if you somebody like, just say you live in a van life. That's a whole nother. You definitely got to have a straight silicone doll if you living the van life. But you know, you are going to have to wipe her down sometimes. But it's not like a TPE doll where you're going to be having to give her a full bath. From what I read, and I talk about that in another time, you could give her alcohol baths and things of that nature. So with all that said, thank you, Sam, for your contribution to the show. You were the only one that contributed today, but it's an appreciation, not an obligation. People that do contribute, do help keep the show alive. It helps me keep living the dream of coming to you guys on a daily basis, man. And honestly, just literally just doing this and having fun and helping people for years to come. You know, helping people feel comfortable with their lifestyle and helping people learn more over time, bringing you new products, the cutting edge technology, things of that nature is what I want to do. And man, every time I get a donation like what Sane gives me, it just makes me feel like it's just that much more close to being a reality. Every time you guys tune in and cheer with me, it makes me feel like I'm just that much more closer. So I'm going to pray today over your dreams. Everybody that watched this show, everybody that's still watching, everybody that tunes in later, I'm just praying abundance in your life, overflow, that you have more than enough, that you have exactly what you need and then some to help somebody else. I'm praying favor over you, that you get younger, stronger, healthier, and wholer. And I appreciate you for your time today. And like I say, man, it's been a hell of a show. We went over all the history, went over all the comments, and now we coming to an end. And I was just saying, man, I was thinking about this other day. I was like, man, one day people have been throwing out this 24-hour live stream a lot, right? And I'm like, man, I'm going to actually end up doing this one day, right? But I'm just letting you guys know, when I do a 24-hour live stream or do something like that, that's going to be the time whenever you tune in. You may not, I ain't no telling what I'm going to be talking about, because I'm not going to just talk about companion dogs for 24 hours straight if I do that type of stream. Man, I'm going to be talking about sports, life, history, philosophy, man, every damn thing you can mention. So with all that said, stick with me. I've been having fun with you guys. Love you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. But as of right now, I love for you, if you have not hit subscriptions, to hit subscriptions. But it's been your boy, J. King Hefner, the beautiful Cali Son, and the beautiful Saima Renee Uzumaki. We finna exit stage left. We love you guys. Appreciate you. And until next time, we got a hell of a show coming up tomorrow. And we got this music dropping whenever the hell I get it done. But now, we finna get the hell out of here. See you guys.